Going live?
American statement, hey? Now you know where it comes from. Thank you for that.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for showing up today on American Thanksgiving. And hope the American that we have here in our council today enjoy their turkey and their gravy. Too bad we can't have any tomorrow, but thank you. So we will start with our budget. And hopefully we'll try to finish it off early today. So, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We concluded yesterday with a motion relative to filling a position called compliance officer. That recommendation was not successful with council. But I'd like to put a different proposal forward this morning for council to consider. Having heard from administration about concerns about compliance, and having been in conversations with this council relative to community safety, I would like to suggest that we enter into a 2-year term position from the stabilization reserve for a bylaw officer with primary focus on compliance and traffic. The reason I'm bringing this forward is because I think it serves a couple of purposes. I think it serves a purpose that administration is concerned about, which is compliance. For me, I see it as an opportunity to also generate revenue through the traffic enforcement portion, which would offset some of these costs, certainly not all of them. But what it also does, it provides more depth in our enforcement services in our community in the event that we had any one of our bylaw officers or CPOs go on leave or extended leave or illness or whatever. We would have the opportunity to ensure that we were not depleting for any kind of length of time our enforcement services. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue?
Sorry, just to clarify for council, a bylaw officer cannot do traffic enforcement. It needs to be a CPO.
Okay, then I'd recommend a CPO.
Thank Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I guess. With the discussion on this yesterday, I am in full favor of this. My concerns is following the money. When we talk about traffic enforcement, when we collect fines, traffic fines, or compliance fines, where does that money go? And the reason why I'm asking that is that we talk about offsetting, but if we're taking from the stabilization reserve and it's moved into somewhere else, we're not really necessarily offsetting it directly.
Fair comment.
And
through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, cost center 450 has fines revenue under enforcement.
okay, so then fine revenue, so then does it go just into general revenue or does it go into a specific reserve?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it's revenue.
Okay. So then sometime soon we could formulate a policy to bring that into a different, and bring it directly into a reserve. And that does not necessarily have to be today's discussion.
No, for sure.
So I will be in full support of this.
Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, at what price?
Through the chair to council, the price or cost of a CPO is approximately $140,000 a year. That's not including any vehicle.
Question. So if this passes, we would be hiring a new CPO, strictly first priority CPO, then to help out, or?
My recommendation coming forward here, Mr. Mayor, would be with primary focus on compliance and traffic.
I know we said safety is one of our biggest concerns on everybody here's election. So it would be a CPO and traffic, or not trafficking, traffic would mean there would be a source of income coming out of that, which will be, I'm sure, debated later on, not right now, because there'll be a source of income coming in. Because if he's going to go to traffic, they'll be writing tickets because we don't have any more photo radar. Thank you. Councillor White?
I hesitate to support this in that I don't see this position as significantly enabled to affect the safety concerns of our community, specifically around vagrancy and crime, which I think is the higher compliance kind of issues that are plaguing our city right now. And if we don't give them a vehicle, they don't have the kit, and their number one activity is not in the community where there's active safety issues happening, I'm not prepared to increase taxes for that,
He will be trained as a CPO.
but not have a vehicle.
Well, that's up to us, or to decide if we include a vehicle in there. Sue?
Through the chair to council, currently we have 3 CPO officers and we have 2 vehicles. So basically we use 1 vehicle for every 2 officers because they alternate shifts. So 1 vehicle can be shared.
So what would be the cost? I don't know if we can use in-house vehicles, or what would be the cost to prepare a vehicle, since if we would pass this, we would have 4 CPOs. What would be the cost for a vehicle?
Sorry, we've got 2 vehicles right now and only 3 CPOs, so we could use this CPO to utilize one of the other vehicles. So we have 2 per vehicle. It's just a scheduling thing. We would make sure that we have no more than 2 on at a time.
Councillor Billingsley.
As I said, I am in favor, and I understand Councillor White's concern about this. But as I stated yesterday, this does get another boots on the ground. I mean, they will, in theory, be, they still are a CPO, and if they do see things, I would assume that it's their obligation to take appropriate steps for public safety as well. I think what I heard from Councillor Nielsen is the primary focus is this. And I think it's also important, I think you set out a tax, but this isn't out of tax. This was coming out of stabilization for a 2-year period. So, yeah, so yes, for both years. I believe that was the intent. And then from there, I'm wondering if we don't need to add something to the effect of, and a report bringing back to make sure that this is making a difference, however you want to, something to say that making sure that this is making a difference in our community.
But if I may say, my concern is we're given a 2-year contract, and after 2 years, you don't want to get rid of a CPO. So this is a continuous safety issue for our community.
I think you're putting the cart before the horse. This is identified as a 2-year term position, so this council is only committing to 2 years. If administration comes back in 2 years and says, we can't do without this, and it's now going to cost you X number of dollars out of taxation on an ongoing basis, then I think that's another conversation that takes place. But I think right now, all that's being proposed is a 2-year, almost a pilot project, taken out of stabilization to address the concerns, create depth in our enforcement services, and potentially generate some lost revenue that we used to get from photo radar, and also ensuring that our streets are a little bit safer in doing so.
In doing so, I agree with you, but I look at the other side of the envelope. If you were hiring a CPO or anybody, and you're going to get him to move to our community, and it's a 50-50 chance he has that job after 2 years, the way we have it written here. So look at it at the CPO's officer. If he's going to come in here to work for 2 years, then he ain't guaranteed or doesn't know if he's got a job. So do you remove that 2-year? That 2-year wording we have there? Wording is very important in there. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. So through the chair, I guess to your statement, if we can't find anybody to take this 2-year term position, then it's not filled. Then administration will come back to us and say, we can't fill this position with a term position. Would you consider a permanent position? And then it becomes back to us to say, yes, we would, or no, we would not. So the what-ifs, if we can't fill, that, in my opinion, is not a reason to not look at this.
Councillor Elder.
So initially, I didn't like what Wayne had just said, but now that I think of it, it's coming out of reserves, it's 2 years, and if we can accomplish or see how we deal with compliance, but have the benefit of extra bylaw out there, I think it's a good project to try. I truly do.
Councillor Billingsley.
And I'd just like to add as well, we talk about traffic, but there's also really where they started was the compliance portion of it. And we talked about teeth and being buddies, and we can certainly address that within other avenues to potentially offset some of these dollars as well.
Question to administration. Are CPOs 2 vehicles? And one is parked, or how many, those 2 vehicles are used every day?
It's 2 CPOs per 1 vehicle, and right now we have 3. Okay. So we could handle 1 more. They just have different, a different setup than bylaw. They have to have, they're more law enforcement than bylaw is, so they have to have different vehicles.
Thank you. Councillor Aberline.
Thank you and good morning. I too am in full support of this project. I think that it is a cost-effective way to look at whether or not a traffic officer and or compliance officer is required, or no, that's not what I mean, required. I meant what impact that they can make. Safety does include traffic safety, and complaints that I hear often are things such as speeding on Main Street, doing donuts in the rec grounds parking lot, as well as school zones, other things like that. So I do really like the idea. My concern only, and so that's through to administration, when we mention scheduling, I totally appreciate that the vehicle is there and they will have it. Is it, so it's not, it's 2 CPOs per vehicle, but it's not necessarily, if we only have 3, that the CPOs travel in pairs. That's what I mean. Am I correct?
Yeah, they do not travel in pairs. It's just that we book 2 We
Right.
allow one vehicle to be used by two CPOs at different times. They're not,
Right,
they
so
don't each get one vehicle.
So we are potentially increasing a visual presence, which is something else that people believe makes them feel safer. So we would be increasing our CPO presence by approximately 40 hours a week. Am I right in that thinking?
Through the chair to council, that would be correct, because their two main goals, according to Councillor Nielsen, would be to look after traffic and then to look after the bylaw and for all the issues within the community as far as
Compliance.
garbage bins, for example.
Thank you.
Thank- yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Hoyle?
I don't disagree with this because I understand from administration the compliance issues, and I certainly appreciate the traffic part. Where I'm a little bit stuck, I guess, is, so Kevin, through the chair to Kevin, so if we have this compliance / traffic CPO, but we're having a really bad day in the south, am I going to assume that we wouldn't send that person? Like, I guess I need to understand a little bit better, is this person just going to be traffic and compliance? There's twofold here, because we've talked often about safety and we need something more to address some of the challenges we're seeing in the community. That's a given. We also have heard the compliance issues, and we all know traffic's an issue. That's been a big one for me that I just haven't brought up yet. How would that potentially work when you've got two CPOs out in the community? One is predominantly supposed to be compliance and traffic, so they've got a list of compliance. So today we're going to do this, 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 and this, because that's what they've been giving. Well, all of a sudden, things go south in the south. Would the expectation be that that compliance officer would still stick to his compliance day, or would we say, holy heck, we need this person, we need boots on the ground somewhere else in the city? That's what I'm a little bit stuck with. Are we saying this person is only going to do compliance and traffic? Or are they going to be a CPO as a whole, of course? But Kevin, can you even envision this being thrown at you?
Through the chair to council, without specific direction from council that nails that individual down to those two tasks, then if something did go south, then we would want extra boots on the ground to help with that, whatever that issue is. Should council direct us to stay on those two tasks, then that's what would happen.
So that, for me, is the catch for me.
Yeah.
If they're a full-fledged CPO, that they will be, enforcement will direct them wherever they need them to be on that particular day, I would be fine with this.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. I think my wording was that we hire someone who has a primary focus in compliance and traffic. That doesn't mean they don't have secondary focus or secondary responsibilities. I don't think there's many positions where people only hold a job to do one thing and one thing only. So to your point, Councillor Hoyle, the primary focus is on the very things that administration identified in their business case. That is their primary focus. But in actual fact, the manager or supervisor in charge of enforcement services, I think, would be making a decision whether they would be able to pull people from a primary focus to deal with a secondary focus or something that's imminent, I guess.
Got a friend.
Councillor Billingsley?
This new position, through the chair to council, this position is very trackable, and it's going to tell us a lot. So in other words, if we find out that there is very few traffic tickets and there's very few compliance issue tickets, that tells me that they're probably busy doing other things, which would be what you're talking about, which then at the end of it, we're going, wait a second, we don't have enough CPOs because what we had hired them to do, and it's going to be trackable because we'll know how many fines, tickets, compliance issues that they weren't unable to do. And that will tell us, holy cow, we need to take a look at this again. Or they're able to fulfill what we had hoped them to do. So,
Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm listening to all of this and recognizing that a CPO costs more than a bylaw officer. And I'm wondering if council is okay with us managing that portfolio. So right now we have 2 CPOs that are dedicated to Southside issues as per council's direction. We've got 2 bylaw officers that can't keep up with the compliance enforcement stuff that planning and development is experiencing. And if we add another CPO, could we work it that that person is working on traffic enforcement and we actually use a bylaw officer to do the work that doesn't require a CPO? So we would track everything, but we could, for the planning and development stuff that does not require a CPO, we could get them, like redirect some of our planning, or sorry, our bylaw officers to get focused on that. And then the CPO could pick up, the term CPO could pick up the slack in other areas. Because right now, our CPO that is not dedicated to the south side, he does deal with bylaw issues sometimes and things that bylaw could deal with. I guess in a roundabout way, I'm just asking, are you okay if we manage the portfolio to be as efficient as we can while still tracking both of those tasks so that you have data?
If I may, Sue, we have 3 CPOs, not 2.
You have 2 dedicated to the south side, and we have another one that does all the other stuff.
And plus 2 bylaw officers.
Bylaw, yep.
So we have 5 in total. I support this, but I have a problem with the wording. And let me explain that. I would love to see a CPO, and then within the organization, we designate a CPO that specializes in getting what we want. It's just like an RCMP. We have 10 RCMP, but one's a specialist in drugs or undercover. So to say we're just going to go, I prefer to have another CPO and then take a bylaw officer to do that under a different, because the training is the same for all the CPOs, and they're all both can carry out everything. We're going to have one specialized CPO. Councillor Billingsley.
I think what it looks like is the how. And what I mean by that, that's administration. So, and if they're saying, hey, this makes the most sense for how, but I think we need to be very clear of what we want is compliance and traffic enforcement and potentially eyes and ears within the community, whatever that means as a third thing. How they make that happen, that's on them.
No, sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
And that's exactly where I'm at too. And as Mayor Branco talks about the wording, I may have clunkied this up in terms of my wording. I don't care if this person, this one individual we hire, fulfills this role. Personally, I want the role fulfilled within the enforcement services, which is, I think, what Sue's saying. And if it makes more sense that bylaw is going to be freed up from bylaw to go do compliance while other stuff's getting looked at over here, I really don't care how that's managed. However, I want it clear that what this thing is proposing is that we, council, if this is approved, we want compliance addressed out of enforcement services, we want traffic addressed out of enforcement services, and where possible, you have secondary bylaw supports. And how you make that happen is, but I would be somewhat concerned that we approve this and find out a year from now, we haven't really addressed much compliance because we've been doing something else. It speaks to maybe where the focus should be, but it speaks to, you didn't go out and address what we've asked to be addressed.
And so the question is, because if we get a CPO, it's more expensive to our budget. So do we approve a cost for a CPO, then let bylaw officer look for the compliance? That's up to administration.
To them.
But I think what we have to do, if we want a CPO, then let administration handle the other stuff, we would have to approve a CPO at the cost that we are budgeting. Councillor Hoyle? Oh, I thought Councillor White.
I remain unconvinced because in order to support spending taxpayer money, whether it's through reserve or taxation, I believe a higher priority is dealing with dangerous criminal activity, and I hesitate to spend money on land use bylaw compliance when I believe there's more urgent things for our community to deal with. I don't have the proposal to say a bylaw or a RCMP or different things. I think that's a bigger conversation than today's budget deliberation right this minute. But I don't think this position is prepared to address community safety from the concerns that I recognize as being a priority.
And let me say something. So by approving an extra CPO, our bylaw officer will do the compliance, which he can do. It's just finding more free time for that bylaw officer to go do that. So we're basically removing some duties of that bylaw officer to go around the community looking for vagrancy or whatever. But if we put a CPO, he is specializing into more dangerous, and then we let a bylaw officer who couldn't do that because he's not licensed or trained for it to do what we're asking. So right now, the situation we have all of our CPOs and bylaw officers can do the compliance, but it's the time. So what we're doing is we're doing a bylaw officer to do that job. And what we're basically hiring is another CPO. So we're moving some of the duties from a CPO to a bylaw officer. It doesn't change anything. Then we have 4 CPOs that can give tickets, for example, trafficking. We're just shifting, as we do a lot in this administration, we're just shifting the positions around. But we are doing exactly what you're saying, protect our community by putting another CPO. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. What I heard from Councillor White is that you fully understand how the role works in terms of what's being proposed. And I recognize your concern relative to dealing with the more criminal concerns in the community. At the end of the day, we'll be kicking that can down because we have a request directly to taxes for 2 more RCMP officers. So to address that, you'll be challenged to find the money there as well. Yeah. I appreciate your concerns.
Councillor Elder.
So similar to Councillor Nielsen, this would be to Sue and to Kevin. By having an extra CPO with the request of 2 RCMP, would that help maybe get just 1 RCMP if we had an extra CPO?
Through the chair to council, we have been in discussions with Inspector Spans over that issue, that if we didn't have a full complement of RCMP, that he would still be happy and pleased to get officers on the ground, regardless if they're RCMP or CPOs.
So this would be a good opportunity, out of reserve, not affect tax, to solve a big issue.
Or at least identify.
Identify.
Could I call,
Councillor Aberline.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor White, it may help, and it may help what I'm about to say. Our CPOs work with inspector spans. This is what made me think of it. Work with inspector spans. So yes, they have direction from us, but they really do work as part of the RCMP's larger team on these more criminal activities of which you speak. And this is one of the things that I like. What I really like is this conversation develops. I think it's showing things of what we all think about and what we campaigned about, that one more CPO helping or taking our CPO who is helping bylaw because bylaw is overstrained, giving oh my gosh, giving the CPO area that extra person that allows bylaw to do some of this land use compliance, which is what they should be doing, and not doing bylaw. And last year, when we made the decision to hire additional CPOs, it was because our bylaw officers were only in our more troubled areas, and they weren't doing bylaw as much. So this is just yet another person in a positive way that is actually there to look after the things that you're concerned about, to help out with the things you're concerned about, and working with the RCMP directly. So, yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not making coherent statements, but Councillor White, I actually think we're all arguing for the same thing, and it's just see how this works out well with those differences and responsibilities between the two positions.
Thank you, Karen. One more last. We all got elected to make our community safer. We all know it's more of an expense to do that because we have to. But the other aspect of this is by having another CPO, which will do, all of them do compliances, is we're also removing the stress from the RCMP or the workload to go after the real criminals, the drugs, the thefts. So you want safety, nothing's free, it costs. But by a CPO, I like the word CPO because all of our CPOs and bylaw officers will do compliance. It's what they're told to do. So if we can have 4 designated CPOs and 1 bylaw officer or 2 to look after the compliance and tickets or the CPO's tickets, I think it's a win-win situation. Councillor Billingsley.
I'd like to potentially move this forward, but before I do that, and I don't know how I can ask this, whether it's semi-annually a report on both compliance and traffic. What's
happening?
What have we gained from doing this? And I don't know, do you need direction for that? Is that
Sorry, you want that up front?
no.
Oh.
Like, in other words, 6 months from the start date or twice a year, report on
Yeah.
how well they did at these 2 tasks.
We can do that. Yeah, Matt does a lot of tracking of stats and data for his team, so we could easily bring that to council.
So I will asking to bring this forward.
Okay, one more question, Councillor White.
Yep. You're getting close to moving me. Can I, whoever it is that's going to move this forward, confirm where funding's coming from for both years?
Stabilization reserve is what I had in my proposal.
So it's not a tax increase.
For both.
Right. It's the same funding source that administration put forward for the compliance officer.
My sheets had both tax and reserve marked for,
Mine only has stabilization.
okay. I'm on their, the two-page explanation
Oh,
one.
okay.
Okay.
Can I ask, through the chair to administration, to confirm that is how that can be, this position could be funded?
Through the chair to Councillor White, the recommendation for administration was stabilization reserve.
Okay, follow-up question, at 140 a year for both years?
Through the chair to
Well-
Councillor White, it was 1 year in a whole BC, but we would have to fund it twice. But the 140,000 for CPO is for 1 year, not two.
140 per year.
Just I have to go back one.
CPO is more expensive.
Yeah. So I want to know how much the price is,
So
So
through
just
the-
on,
Okay.
may I follow up on,
Please do.
please.
I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, because what I put in my proposal was a 2-year term position funded from the stabilization reserve. That's implying that that money is coming out of that reserve both years, correct? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Then we'll vote on it. Councillor Hoyle.
And we're talking 1 or 2 positions?
One.
One position, okay, for 2 years.
For 2 years.
And we're leaving it to the discretion of admin as to what they hire or what they feel is best for that position. Is that correct? Okay,
No,
thank-
I'm sorry, we are hiring a CPO, correct?
But to be deployed under the direction of
That's right.
administration
Right,
to
thank
meet
you.
the outcomes that we're
Okay.
asking for here.
For
Perfect.
CPO, to make
To meet
perfectly
the
clear.
outcomes we're asking for here.
That's why it's a little bit more money. Okay, all of those in favor? Get some grease, get some grease. Carried, thank you.
Okay, now that that is over, and thank you very much, we are going to go through corporate services, and then we've got council OBCs, and then we have fees and charges to get to before we start to do the parking lot and all of the other really hard lifting to get where you need to be. Finance has been tracking the decisions and the tax implications, so we can bring that up anytime you need, but in the meantime, we will get going with the OBCs from corporate services.
Good morning, City Council. First up, for corporate services OBCs is the library painting OBC. This is proposed painting to do areas of the interior library. And this is to improve the aesthetic appearance, do some maintenance and upkeep. And this was drafted in consultation with the library. And I'll keep it brief, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And this includes all materials and to paint?
That
the
is
li-
correct.
And I imagine it's not an internal, is it internal or are we tendering this?
To the chair, this would be contracted out.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Billingsley.
I am in support of this. I know that we've kind of talked a little bit about the library moving and whether we initiate, but even if we initiated today, it's not going to get built tomorrow. I suspect that the library has not been painted in some time, so it's coming at a time that probably is needed, so I'm in full support.
Council, administration?
Yeah, I will comment, we do know that the library did paint portions of their back office area themselves in the last years, but the remainder of the interior has not been painted in a number of years.
Thank you. This is a simple one. I don't think we can debate too much, or if we're going to use lead paint or water paint. So can I have a motion? Councillor Nielsen?
I have a question. And if I may, through the chair, Jacqueline, maybe putting the cart before the horse, is there any indication that to achieve this, to complete this task would result in having to close the library?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the contractors would endeavor to do it while patrons aren't there. So disruption to service would be minimized as much as possible.
Thank you.
See no question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Passed.
Well, I didn't want to say anything before because I thought I'd be browbeaten by all my colleagues, so,
You wanted to pick the color?
nope, thank you.
The next OBC from Corporate Services is the boiler chemical treatment. This is to do two things. Firstly, to do a chemical treatment in the city boilers, and these are located in Co-op Place, in the Civic Center, in the RCMP building, in Manlock, in the water treatment plant, and in City Hall. So it would do the chemical treatment, and then it would also include the installation of coupon racks and sampling ports. This is to monitor for corrosion and for scaling, and we do anticipate that this will prolong the life of our boilers and the associated heating and cooling systems. This is reserve funded, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor White.
I recommend we move this forward.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue, a number of years ago, we did the facility asset inventory repair, 10 binders. In that document, was there not expressed concern about lifespan of our boiler system?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the life cycle, building life cycle assessment report did speak to both structural and internal components. The problem was they would not have gotten into like minute detail with some of these things. It was a higher level report, basically saying, here's the age of these things. They have this type of life cycle, and they may not have gotten into detail of each piece, or
Okay.
and they would assume that some of the O&M stuff, the operating and maintenance things were happening that might not have been happening.
So then, do we, I know you do, or have available to get it, but what are the ages of our boilers?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we would need a moment just to get the ages of all of them.
And the secondary question potentially, while she's digging that up, do we have any kind of idea what the cost of a new boiler would be?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm just waiting for that as well.
Okay.
So Councillor Nielsen, now this boiler, it's not to replace the boilers, to replace chemicals.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
What I'm saying, though, is if we have 100-year-old boilers, are we better off taking money and starting to consider a replacement plan? And continuing to put lipstick on a pig doesn't change the effectiveness of the boiler. So I'm curious to where we're at with it, that's all.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I'm not disagreeing at all what you're saying, and I'm wondering then, because this does not affect the tax rate nor anything else, that we do a budget information request to take a look at that, to be able to analyze what that is, and then make a decision on this, because this certainly does not need to be a decision that is made today.
No, for sure.
No. this information to find out what boilers need to be replaced.
Yeah.
So we can take that as a BIR?
No, I've got some answers there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, while I don't have specific number answers, even with new boilers, we will just have to do regular maintenance like this. While I don't have a number in front of me, the cost to replace a boiler is going to be substantially more
Oh, for
than
sure.
the cost to do this this maintenance. And actually, I do have the ages here. So the boiler system at Manluck is 10 years old. RCMP is 20 years old. Co-op Place is around 15, and City Hall's about 15 to 17 as well. So they are still within their usable lifespan. And again, with a new boiler system, we would still have to do the maintenance.
Thank you. Then I would request a BIR in terms of recommended timelines and/or sources of funding to replace major equipment like that. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, through the chair. Only if this does not get put forward, or you would still want this?
I would still like it.
Okay.
And a question if it's for that information, if we do more preventive maintenance than we are doing now, would we get a long lifespan longer than what we have of our boilers?
To the chair, the simple answer is yes. The better you take care of your assets, the longer they will last. So doing this maintenance and installing the two items, the sampling ports and the coupon racks, are going to help us get ahead of, a situation where we have to do a replacement. So it will help them last much longer.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Billingsley, you're thinking.
Yeah. Through the chair, I guess, to council, I mean, I know what you're looking for.
No, I'm going to pull something.
What's that?
I'll address that. I'll address your concerns in a minute.
And what I'm wondering is that information that you're looking for part of what information that we already have in that not life cycle, the report that was on city facilities?
Once we've dealt with this, I will address that.
You understand where I'm going
Yeah.
with this? So I'm going to move this forward.
Okay. All of those in favor? Carried. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair, Sue, in relation to my request for BIR, I don't want to turn this into a big, long, wild goose chase of time. I would simply like, now knowing the ages of the boilers, I would just like some information relative to what an expected lifespan of a boiler is. And then that will drive whether we need to have a further discussion. Thank you.
we can do that.
Thank you.
The next OBC on the list is the planner service writer. This is a proposed tax-funded full-time permanent position, and it is intended to coordinate all preventative maintenance schedules and workflows, and from a big picture perspective, to support the asset management of our fleet and our aging facilities. So currently, part of this work is being done on the fleet side by a contractor, and this is to support the annual fleet report that will be coming to council in the coming weeks. Currently, we don't have capacity to do the same on the facility side. We have done some work via contractors in the past, such as the report that council was just talking about. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that we go into closed session.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that I'm sorry. Do we vote? Yes, we do have to vote. That we moved into closed camera,
Closed session?
closed session. All in Thank you for coming back. I'd like to get a motion to come back from camera. Councillor White, all those in favor? Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on this side? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Just for clarification, on the issue of planner service writer request, administration will be bringing more information back on the 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Okay. So on the 9th, we'll get some more information on this item. Thank you.
It's okay, we need to.
We'll move to the next one.
The next OBC before council this morning is the annual cost of living adjustment. This is a tax-funded OBC that regularly comes back every year, and this is to provide wage adjustments that keep pace with inflation. We do use the CPI inflation rate to inform what COLA rate we put before council. So in the last year, CPI inflation was at 1.7%. This OBC puts forward a recommended COLA of 1%, though there are options for 1.7 and 2% in front of council, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Hoyle.
I would like to move into camera.
Thank you. All of those in favor to move into camera? Welcome back again. Can I get a motion to come out of camera, please? All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Hoyle.
I would like to propose for the annual cost of living adjustment that we go with expense option 1, which is 1%, but I propose it be for admin only and remove the council portion.
Any debate on that? Councillor Billingsley.
When you say to remove that 1% for council, in our policy, we're automatically receiving 1 point with CPI. So my question is, when you remove it from here, does that mean council then would receive the automatic 1.7, or do you want to remove that completely? Which the policy states. Can I?
Remove it totally.
And I
Councillor
will,
Billingsley?
yeah, and I get it. I totally get it. My concern to that is, next year we'll be doing a salary survey. I think, once again, which we're really good at, is kicking a can down the road. That if we don't increase this, we're going to be looking at a very large, hardly, a larger amount to come up with the difference from today's salary versus one in a year and a half or 2 years. It's $3,000 I combined throughout the year. I'm okay with pulling it. I just want everybody to understand the risks involved.
I'm okay with following policies that we have in place. I don't know, we keep changing policies back and forth, back and forth. I think our citizens are wondering too. We have a policy we don't follow, but tomorrow we'll follow it, today we follow it. So I rather follow policies. Right or wrong, we have a policy in place. So the motion is to option 1 and to remove council. Is that what we're voting on?
Correct.
All of those in favor? For option 1. Again, all of those in favor? Oppose? Carried.
No.
Karen
Defeated.
voted.
Defeated.
Defeated, I'm sorry, defeated.
So I'll move forward that we do expense option number 1 at 1% for administration only. And I'll speak to that.
Please do.
So what happens is then council will follow policy. Council's COLA will follow policy, and administration staff will get 1%. Does that make sense to you?
I thought the first one we did, if we just
No,
follow,
no,
made
no,
sense
no.
to me, and we follow policy.
No,
If we-
different.
Okay.
The first one said that we weren't going to be following policy and we're taking away COLA for council. That was what was defeated. What this is saying is exactly the same, that staffing would get the 1% and council then would follow the policy.
Okay, so to Dean Billingsley, motion. All of those in favor? Carried. Oh, my God.
The next OBC before council this morning is the OBC for investing in employee mental health. This is a tax-funded proposed increase to the city-provided benefit to employees for psychological counseling. Currently, employees are entitled to $1,500 per year for psychological counseling, and this would increase that to $2,500 per year. This is through our benefits, just to be clear, which is provided through Sun Life. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor White.
Can you also please present the following business case, health and wellness spending account, since they're
I'd be happy to. The following OBC is the Health and Wellness Spending Account. This is a OBC that has two different options before council. One option is for it to be tax funded, and that would result in us going out to market to have a health spending account provided through our benefit provider, Sun Life, and that would be a cost of $80,000 per year. The second option is to facilitate a health spending account using the WCB rebate. So this would not hit taxes, and this would not come out of reserves. In this past year, 2025, City Council had provided administration with allowance to do that, so we won't know what our WCB rebate is until spring. But once we know, then we divvy that up between employees. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor White.
I move we go into closed session.
All of those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Welcome back. Our next operating business case is Strongmont.
Mr. Mayor, I move to come out of closed session.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. All those in favor? Thank you. Our next business case, does anybody have anything? Councillor Billingsley.
I'd like to speak to the health and wellness spending account, and I'd like to move this forward for consideration. Using option number 1, that we use our 2026 WCB annual rebate to a maximum of $475 per employee.
Okay, any debate? If none, all of those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next.
The next OBC before council is the OBC for the municipal intern. So earlier in the fall, administration did bring forward a grant opportunity to council. This was for the municipal intern that is administered through municipal affairs and is heavily subsidized by the Alberta Community Partnership Grant. So council had previously approved administration making an application and then directed administration to bring back an OBC. I will speak in a moment about the proposed work. What I do want to say is that just because the administration did apply for the grant as directed, should this OBC not be approved in this budget, and should we be successful, that will be turned down because there will be no funding for it. So some of the projects that we identified that the intern could work on, we have a few strategic initiatives within our corporate business plan. We have some people and culture ones, our corporate training plan, succession plan, and our retention and recruitment plan. We also have our internal processes and procedures and automate existing processes initiatives within our corporate business plan. In addition, we have a few other initiatives going on with the city. We have the work with modernizing our playgrounds, and then should the land use bylaw review be approved, the position would also support that work. It's anticipated that this position would also support various other operational activities such as recruitment, such as the budget process, etc. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
See no questions? If not, I guess we'll move to the next one. Nope, sorry, any debate?
Yep.
Councillor Nielsen?
No, so, for discussion purposes, I would advance this request, but I do have a question of administration through the chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for relative value. Every time we have a report from People and Culture Department, we hear how onboarding new staff is a cost, both in times of the training process, the actual potential real dollar cost, as well as the cost to the individuals providing that training. And when we get an intern, they're encouraged to work across multiple departments, which means we are having multiple departments trying to provide the necessary training for that intern. So while the dollar cost is 35, there is a cost on the organization in terms of time / efficiency. How do we reconcile that portion of this request in the sense that if we have departments right now that are taxed to get various tasks done, and we take them off their tasks so they can train somebody to address those tasks, how do we compute the real value, not relative value, the real value?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the first part is that the intern also receives some training through municipal affairs, so the burden is not solely on the city. Municipal affairs will orient the municipal intern into the municipality, municipal functions, etc. The time from staff spent to train an intern on functions does make up for the extra body. And to be clear, the projects that I discussed, the intern will not be the deciding factor in whether or not those get done. The intern will ensure that those get done faster. And so we do anticipate that while there will be some extra time spent, the extra body will allow us to do, it will allow for extra capacity. The other piece that I'll say as well is that having a trained intern who knows the organization to the depth that they will, even halfway through their term, ends up being a asset in the event that we have to fill a permanent position should that intern want the permanent position. So from a succession planning perspective, it can also be beneficial to the city.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna sort of tackle the project areas you've identified. And I guess the thing that strikes me here, and if you would help me understand, the projects identified here some of them, I guess I'm not understanding how the intern will be used in some of these projects from the perspective of some of these projects appear to me to be higher level administrative strategic planning. So for example, succession planning for the organization. How does an intern come in and, unbeknownst to them, embed themselves in the development of succession planning in the organization, as an example? How do they come in and embed themselves in corporate training plan for an organization that they don't have any knowledge of? I'll leave those just as the two examples.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so whenever there are high-level plans like this, there are a few steps to actually get to the plan. You need to understand the problem, you need to do engagement with your customers, etc. And a lot of that, a lot of those tasks can be fairly time intensive. So, for example, even we'll take these three as one lump sum: the corporate training plan, succession plan, and the retention and recruitment plan. So the intern, for example, can be tasked with going out and talking to client departments and understanding what their needs are. Similar to if we had a consultant come in, they would go and do that legwork under the direction of the actual project manager for that. And then they would be tasked with, amalgamating all of those needs and presenting that as a report to the project manager, and then that will inform the next step.
My last question then. As we bring on board an intern, I guess we have the potential of having three things happen. We get a gem. She's probably sitting here now. we get a gem coming in and benefiting the organization and creating a career for themselves. We get someone that comes in and does an okay job that we simply let the internship expire at the end of it all. And or we get a lemon that comes in and turns out to be significantly more work than what we were anticipating. Do we have an off-ramp in the event of either the second or third candidate?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, as with any employee, if an employee is not performing adequately, we have avenues to deal with that from a performance management perspective. And because municipal affairs is involved, they will also assist. So it does not happen often, but I have heard of cases where the intern and the host municipality simply do not work well together. And what municipal affairs has done in the past is they've reassigned interns between municipalities. So we do have off-ramps should we get an intern in who is simply not beneficial to our organization.
So now you've scared me a little bit. You've scared me a little bit in the sense that if we get an intern that isn't working out, we can put them on a performance plan. Sounds like work to me, additional work. And the fact that municipal affairs has the capacity to say, no, you keep them, we're not transferring them anywhere, you put them on the performance plan, that worries me that the work just becomes more cumbersome to the organization.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it really is the case with, they are at the end of the day an employee of the city. We do receive grant funding for them, so they would have to follow all of our people management directives, et cetera. So if that's a case where we do need to performance manage them, it would be the same as any other employee. But typically the interns that come through, and this is anecdotally from my experience and my conversations with municipal affairs and the team on this, municipal affairs pre-screens them. They look for candidates who want to pursue a career in municipal government, and then we also interview them, and we can screen them however we choose. We can screen them for fit. We can screen them for qualifications. So it's not that we're just handed someone and they may or may not be a fit. We do have agency to determine if they'd be a fit or not.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, just especially for the new councillors, our presenter went through this program.
Thank you.
So
That's
in
why
case
she's
you
a
didn't,
gem.
anybody know. But that was more of a statement. My question, though, has to do with the 18-month term. So how does that work as far as it really restricts us? If we say for 1 year, then what happens in 2027's budget if we say, yeah, no way, we're not funding this? How does that work?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so should the municipal intern OBC be approved, the funding would carry forward through the entirety of that 18-month term. So it would not come back before council for 2027.
Councillor Billingsley.
So unless anybody has any other questions, I'm going to move this forward with.
I thought I had.
I had a question.
Did you bring this forward?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I have a question. And yes, Jacqueline is a gem, and she has foresight. She knew she was going to be working with this council, so she asked to be here. So question. This intern, can she be hired to do the planning, servicing, rider, and fleet facility, or does it have to be straight to administration?
To the chair, I will be honest, I think it's unlikely. So the planner service writer is a position that needs to come with those skills, somebody who has that experience. There have been interns who come with, who are coming from a different career. They want to get into government, et cetera. There have also been interns who have graduated school and they're embarking on a career for the very first time. So I would not recommend that is the plan moving forward, because there is very little guarantee that we will get somebody with that exact skill set.
But it's possible that we can get somebody, because we got to, either department they go into, there is training.
To the chair, the other thing that I will add is that should we fully purpose that intern to do that work, we won't be able to have the intern do the other work as required by the ACP grant. So when we get an intern, we are required to build up or to give them certain experiences. So they must learn, some core experiences, and that's things such as attending council meetings, doing reports, presenting to council, writing bylaws. And then they have some extra experiences that are kind of bonus. So if we did dedicate them to one position or one task, one, we wouldn't be able to fulfill that, and two, we would probably lose the intern. Municipal affairs would take them.
Thank you. Councillor White?
In the rationale, I'd like to, through the chair to council, just read the risk of not doing this, because I'm not convinced I'm ready to support this yet. Should council not support the funding for an intern position, identified projects will continue to be undertaken with existing resources. The state of the city and looking at tax increases, I'm not prepared to support more positions. Someday when we're flush and when we've built a bigger pot, I like the strength of this case. It's a good case, but today I can't support it.
So I'll ask. Councillor Nielsen, you had
No.
Would
No,
anybody?
I brought it forward and spoke to it.
Okay. So, okay. We don't vote, it's not brought up. We do?
I
Okay.
did bring it
Oh,
forward.
you did bring it? Okay,
Yes.
that's what I asked you, okay.
Oh.
So all those in favor? Opposed? Karen, raise your hand up for it, in favor? Again, I'll do it again. All those in favor? Opposed? In favor wins. Thank you. And I will move now that we go in for lunch. Is it ready? Or you want to do another one? Okay, we'll do the next one.
Yeah, we're not expecting lunch until about 12:15 or
Okay,
12:30.
I was under the impression we were going to have that, okay? So we'll move into the next one.
The next OBC before council is the ERP replacement consultant. So our Great Plains Software GP will no longer have vendor support as of 2029. And this is our first step in preparing for the transition to a new software. This is proposed to be reserve funded. The consultant will evaluate all of our needs, all of our systems, to put us in a position to go out to market for the replacement software. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Nielsen.
I am prepared to advance this particular business case. I am aware that there are a number of municipalities of our size whose software programs are coming to end of life and term and support, and they are currently involved in doing the same thing that we're looking at doing, which is bringing all of our software systems into alignment. And my only question is, does this go out as an RFP, or if this is approved, what are your steps, what are your timelines, and what are your expectations for this position to be in place?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so this will go out to market. We do want to award the contract as soon as possible in the new year so that the consultant can start. This work must be completed within the year so that we can continue on to the next step.
Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
I too am in favor of this. However, I am not in favor of the reserve that is recommended, or at least asked for, which was the stabilization. Are they asking for IT, or are they asking for stabilization? So in other words,
Reserve.
I have down that it was coming out of stabilization. I would propose that it be pulled from information and technology.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we have about 128,000 uncommitted in the IT reserve. If this project is funded from there, we would have to come to council either way if there's any IT issues. But there's $128,000 uncommitted in the IT reserve right now.
So yes, and there may be some other adjustments being made to that anyway. So I am proposing to bring it back from, or to funding source from information technology.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm the last guy should be asking anything about IT, but you said our equipment expires or no good after 2029? Software. It's like I said, I'm not in 2029. If we do that now, so our software is good to 2029, and we can't delay this until 2029, or we just...
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, we're already behind. Some unis started the evaluation. To change an enterprise resource program is not a single year task.
Okay.
It takes multiple years, and while that's ongoing, current operations cannot be stopped. So essentially, if they stop, we can't take money, can't pay money out. So this first stage, and it's very essential, is to analyze our program, see what's the best fit, what data do we have right now so that we can piecemeal. So council can anticipate that we will be coming back in future years to ask for what it will cost to replace the program. But GP has informed everyone that there will be no support in 2020, after 2029.
Thank you. Since I don't know anything, the other question regarding software, we want to hire a consultant. There is nobody in IT can tell us what we need or don't need. I'm getting a no, so you don't have to answer that. Okay. Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. Through the chair to council. Correct me if I'm wrong, but specifically on reserves in general, but these two specifically, either IT or stabilization, we speak about utilizing funds from reserves as if it's free money or doesn't affect taxation, but it's directly still, these reserves are funded through taxes, and so just because we have the money available, we still need to be very, I feel still the complete weight of choosing to use money out of reserves, just even if it doesn't directly affect this year's tax rate, it still is, we have to, I want to say, I love savings. I like having reserves, so I want them topped up as much as we need and then use them for what they're for. But I still, please use the same weight in decision-making, or I would lobby us to use the same weight in decision-making when we choose to spend money from reserves that we are giving weight to in the decision when we see that the funding comes from the direct tax rate.
Thank you. So, a motion or a vote on the table, please. All of those in favor for,
Of doing this from which reserve?
The one you're,
The one that I recommend?
Yes.
Or yours? Did you have a concern of which reserve it came from?
To be honest, I did not, but when you brought up the issue that it probably is an IT expense, I would concur with that.
The risk is, as Toulouse said, it depletes that reserve down to $30,000 bucks. Just,
No,
right? So that's the risk.
I thought you said there was already draws on that reserve.
The uncommitted draws is 130.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
so, and the other reserved, Councillor Nielsen, you were trying to get it from?
No, when I brought it forward, it was in the stabilization reserve. I simply reiterated what was on my spreadsheet here. Councillor Billingsley identified it being coming out of IT. I would agree that this is an IT project. It should come out of IT.
So, my question further down the road,
I know.
the recommendation comes that we have to replace all of our software. So we be either deciding what reserves or taxes or stabilization reserve we gotta take it out of.
Down the road.
Down the road, that's what I needed to know. Either way, we're gonna go into those reserves, no matter which way we look at it, or taxes, one of the three.
Yep.
Okay? So it is to take it out of the IT reserve. All of those in favor? Carried.
And the last corporate services OBC in front of council today is the citizen satisfaction survey. So the citizen satisfaction survey is a tool that is used to gather the community's thoughts and feedback on how well the city delivers services, how well the city achieves its strategic goals, what services are of most value or of least value to the community. This project is also in line with the policy we have for this. This is the Citizen Satisfaction Survey Policy, CO-053. The other piece is that the results of this survey are intended to be used as a consideration when evaluating and scoring budget items. And I'd be happy to take any questions from council.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I'm not in favor of moving this forward until we do our strategic plan and as much as I hate to say, as much as I do value what the citizens say, I'm not sure we'd actually implement anything at this point with that information that we'd get from that survey. So delaying this for a year after this council set up its plan and what it wants to do, I'm okay with just saying thank you, but no thank you.
Any questions? If not, the vote?
Nobody's
No vote?
advanced it.
No one's advancing it.
Nobody wants to advance, okay? I like votes.
Okay, the next section are the council submitted operating business cases, and I will turn that over to Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. The operating business case that I brought forward was in relation to simply enhancing grounds maintenance at City Hall. It's our flagship facility, and there are a number of events that take place here, and I often come here during those events and find weeds and dandelions and overgrowth and all the rest of it. And when I go to other communities, their flagship city halls tend to reflect an attitude about what the community thinks is important, which is general upkeep and maintenance. So this is a request to spend $7,000 in taxation to put more TLC into the looking after City Hall grounds. I would remind people that in the capital, OBCs was also redoing the front sidewalks, and that was put into the budget at that point in time. And this is just then to further enhance, to the tune of $7,000, the grounds.
Thank you. I personally won't support this. I believe we have staff that do look after weeds in the flower beds and all over the city, so is it an alignment of where they go first and don't go, because they have to maintain weeds all over flower beds, pots, parks? Why not bring him here to do it first? It's a more visual, I think priorities on what we have, the pots get weeded or not. Councillor Nielsen.
Just a rebuttal to that. What were we told at the very beginning of this whole process is we were given our council binders and saying, here's what it's going to cost you to do what we did last year. And as it relates to our City Hall grounds, I'm not personally satisfied with what we did last year. And I would like just a little bit more time and attention given to our flagship. I'm also hopeful that if we set that as the benchmark for the community, that could filter out into some of our other areas as it relates to grounds maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Oh, I think you were first, actually.
Call for you, it's good.
Okay. Through the chair to administration or Councillor Nielsen, whoever can answer my question. Tax or reserves, where's it getting funded?
Taxation.
You're proposing taxation?
Correct.
So to continue on until we say stop? Until the council says stop? For timeline, this would be recurring, built into future budgets if we say yes through taxation.
I would say yes.
Can administration confirm?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Through the chair to council, I'm torn. I love the idea, but I'm wondering if there isn't a different level of service. In other words, if this is really important, it's setting priorities and saying, okay, let's take that $7,000 and put it to here, because it's tough to argue anything that you're saying. But then do we possibly move $7,000 from potted plants on the auto mile, because instead of, in other words, change the priorities. We're saying that this is the most important thing or close to it. We want this fixed. But I don't want to raise more taxes, so I'm going to take away over here. So I'm in full support of this, but it's more so of changing the level of, well, not level, direction of service.
No,
Does that make sense?
Yes, but I do think what you're doing is changing the level of service.
Yes.
So you're changing the level of service by increasing the time and attention at City Hall.
Yep.
When you say, let's plant less pots.
Sure.
Let's cut fewer playgrounds, mowing. Then you're changing the level of service in terms of decreasing the level of service elsewhere to attain this. If that's the direction you want to go, I'm quite okay with that. I'm just not at this point in time to say, well, let's buy 7,000 less geraniums, and that's why I've left it where it is.
Councillor Elder.
So my question would be this. We're going to, are you saying that we do weed and feed and all that kind of stuff, but we don't do it in any of our parks? We don't do it anywhere. All we do is cut grass around town. and that looks nasty. Like, I gotta be honest with you, it's nasty. So we're gonna spend $7,000 and make this look good to say, hey, look at us, but the rest of the community, yeah, we don't really care. And I'm concerned about that, I guess.
My rebuttal to that would be, every one of us around the table have a right to change level of service. So if any one of us are unhappy with how our parks look, you are well within what we're doing right now to change the level of service and say, I want all of our parks to look as good as City Hall looks. If we implement this, what will it cost me to do that? And all I'm saying is, I want to see what our staff can do to make City Hall look better than it does. And then I think a year from now, the very question you're asking is, what does it take to get the rest of our green spaces looking like this?
Got it. Okay.
And I think that that's an appropriate response.
Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the new councillors, one of the things that we can do too is council has previously set which areas we do spray for weeds. So we could get you that list so that you could see the different service levels at each area and what those costs are. There is, this is one of the areas that we do spray. And of course, even spraying is, it is a hit and miss depending on what the weather is. And so what we were looking at was increased spraying here because part of the plan here was that we would be turning the sprinklers back on. It's going to grow more, and so we need to pay closer attention to this area. So we can get you the details on what was previously approved for council if you need that.
That would be appreciated.
Councillor Neith.
Thank you. And we talk about spray as a solution, and I'm not here to direct administration other than to say that a number of years ago in our little community park in our neighborhood, we asked permission of administration to do a pilot project using cornmeal, which is a product to suppress weed growth. And they gave us the permission to do that. Our little community paid for that. And I think, and you could speak to it if you want, Sue, I think it was evident that not that we eliminated weeds, but we suppressed weed growth and our park looked
Better.
significantly better. Our community wasn't prepared to do that out of their pockets every year, but I think we were able to show that by spending some money, we can create better environments, and it doesn't just have to be spraying.
So if I may, maybe I'm outside the box to my colleague, Wayne. So we enhance City Hall because we're just putting the word City Hall. The roundabout weeds get really big. Do we look after that or do we leave it alone? But it's right across the street from City Hall. I know what you're going to say, but a question. So would it be better to say we want our high priority visitor center to have a better maintenance? Because I believe roundabout would almost have the same influence as City Hall.
And if I may rebut, I would totally agree with you. But it's coming at a cost of more than $7,000. It isn't just that we can buy more. Getting summer workers on the lawnmowers more frequently is a cost. If we want to increase the cost, we can do that through level of service and make everything that's green in this community absolutely pristine. But it will come with a financial cost that we have to ask ourselves whether we're willing to pay. All I'm saying is it possible to set the bar in one location and then say, how much did it cost, what were the improvements, and how can we expand that outward to the roundabout, to green spaces, to the entrance into the community, to by the lake park, and what are the costs of doing each of those things? I don't know if $7,000 is going to create what I hope was going to create for our front of City Hall. maybe after spending $7,000, I'll say it wasn't worth the adventure. Or it might be holy mackerel. It really can create some magical change in our community.
And I like the word you used to rebut that, or rebut. So we have city employees cutting the grass, weeding the weeds, and they look across by the roundabout and they see a box full of garbage. Do they go, it's outside of their vision, do they go pick that up because that's an extra cost? This is what I'm trying to say. So how do we differentiate? To go over there, pick up that garbage that's in the middle of the roundabout, we can see it, but because they're allocated to City Hall, they can't go there because that's an extra expense.
And again, my rebuttal would be, as we start to improve an area and take community pride, maybe the very concerns that you have may bubble out. That after we cut and make City Hall look really great, and we see a cardboard box in the street, we say, I'll scoop that while I'm doing it. It just becomes top of mind for the organization. I don't think it's top of mind right now at the organization. I fault no one, and this is my attempt to try and change top of mind thinking. And again, this group will decide whether $7,000 on this venture is worth it or not. And for me, I will support my business case and recognize that my colleagues may not.
Thank you. So, Councillor White.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I see in the financial information costs for year one, when I had asked my question about funding and asked that if we fund it through tax, if it's funded into the future, I'm now uncertain if this is a one-year pilot, let's see how this works, or if this is, oh, we're doing this and it'll be funded until we reduce the level of service, because this is an increase of level of service.
If I could convince you to vote for this motion, I would be happy to make it a one-year pilot project.
I've leaned right over.
Coming from?
Taxation.
For 1 year.
No, then it would be a reserve, it would be stabilization. If it's a one-year pilot project, then
No,
it doesn't
it
affect.
doesn't. Just because it's a one-year project doesn't mean it can't come from taxation, does it?
I'll do it either way.
Through
for
the
1
chair
year.
to Councillor Nelson, Council can pick any funding source for any project and duration.
I pick Toulouse bank account.
No, I was gonna say Wayne's bank account.
All those in favor?
Donate, good donation, Wayne.
I'm happy to take it out of taxation unless you want to amend that.
I do, and just because of the fact, we're trying, and I know what was said 15 minutes ago about we got to be mindful of those dollars. But if we're not necessarily going to be taking this past 2026, I am more likely to support it through a stabilization, and then from there.
And similarly, if you're prepared to support this because it comes from stabilization, I would be happy to accept your recommendation.
Done.
I'm looking for more friends.
Any further questions? On the vote?
Yes.
Yes, we're for 1 year trial, $7,000 from stabilization. All those in favor? Opposed? 2, carried.
I'm going to go on here, although on OBC 26 dash blah, 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 B, City Hall enhanced ground maintenance, tree assessment and removal. That was not part of my proposal. I think that came from administration or public works or something. Sue, could you speak to that?
Yes, so when administration looked at what could be done out front to meet Councillor Nielsen's needs or wants for this OBC, one of the things that we noticed is that the trees are aging. if this work obviously isn't part of this now, we will work it into our operating. We do have arborists on staff, so we will maybe get them to come in and weigh in on that, because it is anticipated that one or more trees may need to be removed out in the front.
Councillor
And
Nielsen.
Sue, through the chair, Sue, so does it make sense that if we're looking at doing some work enhancing the front of our building, that if it would be prudent, sorry, and it's way early in the day for that, it would be prudent to make those decisions before we start tearing up grounds, removing trees?
Possibly. When Kathy has a chance to look at what council's approved, I will get her to work through some of those details, and then we can have that discussion before final budget approval.
Right, and I guess the only reason I asked the question is I would hate to see us put $7,000 of time and attention into the grounds only to have arborists, trucks, and everything up on the grounds chopping down trees.
Yeah.
But you're, if I may again, but I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you would build, if this is not approved here, it would be built into your maintenance program currently.
Correct. So as the trees start to reach end of life, and we have had issues with the spruce trees that are planted in the city, we will look at that and do it as part of our operating budget. We can reprioritize based on the severity, I guess, or the need.
Okay, thank you.
And I do think that they can do that mostly from the sidewalk. But in case they can't, we'll have that review and make sure that we're not interfering with this work.
Great, thank you.
Sue, if I may, is the possibility to find out, I know this at City Hall there, but did we pass the sidewalk to be placed in front of City Hall, or was that defeated? Because Councillor
That was capital.
Capital?
Yeah,
And it was,
it was approved.
It was approved?
Yeah.
I don't know if the newbies know what the sidewalk cost is. Maybe we can put together what we're really spending at City Hall or it cost to them.
you can look that up real quick.
No, okay. That's just asking for them. Thank you.
The next business case I put forward was council business engagement evenings. And I will admit some reservation bringing it forward due to much of our conversation today and previously. The idea behind this is we hear from local business people. So I'm not talking about the mom and pop operations and little grocery stores. I'm talking about our major business investors in our community, our corporations that pay significant taxes and have invested significant coin in this community. I know that we, council, has given a lot of that responsibility to economic development, but I think sometimes council is criticized or accused of not hearing these people's business concerns. So the idea behind this was that council would set up a couple of evenings, dinner meetings, whatever, and invite specific businessmen to a round table dinner meeting to talk about how do we, council, support our business community, our industrial business community, besides just lowering taxes, what kinds of things they would hope that they could get from us as a council, and at the same time, solicit their support for our economic development department so that when we have potential investors coming in, some of the first cheerleaders to the table are the corporate business leaders in our community. And I recognize, and I guess sort of a bit of a reluctance to bring this forward, is I don't know to what level we may be stepping on governance toes versus being strategic in engaging and partnering with corporate entities in our community.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I struggle with this a little bit in the sense of, as you talked about, as far as governance, that then are we taking on economic development? That's part of it, and you address that. But it's the next step after this that really, okay, so they said that we pay too much. What are we going to do about it? In other words, you almost need a step 2 after this, right? I mean, it's all fine and dandy that you have the conversation with business owner 1, 2, 3, and they're concerned about this. Okay, now what? Right? If you don't have a plan of the now what's, I'm not sure there's any sort of value for the $3,000 or $6,000.
And my if I may,
Yeah.
my rebuttal to that would be, I totally agree, but I'm not sure it's very much different than us making decisions here sometimes, not knowing from the information we gain what we're going to do with it. If, to your point about if they say our only concern in this community is taxes, and that's all we want you to deal with, then I stepped into a minefield, right? But if they said our concern is taxes, and, until they tell me what the and is, I don't know what the next steps are. And it could be minefield, 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 minefield. You know, I don't know that. And that's why I say I bring it forward with reluctance, because this could end up being, this could be problematic in the sense that all the issues we bring forward, we can't do anything about, which then we've just set ourselves up for more complaints from the corporate entrepreneurs. But I'm not convinced, and maybe this isn't the solution, I'm not convinced that we've done enough, we, council, have done enough groundwork with engaging our major corporate entities.
I kind of, as one of my campaign promises, I would like to engage with our business community. We don't know what the problem is until we listen what it is. But we also, I think, have the capability to say, this is out of our reach. Tell them right up front, this is out of our reach. Show us what your concerns are. We may implicated that already. Have 2 meetings, one in the spring, one in the fall. Listen what they want. How can we implement their thoughts and ideas? Maybe they're going to give us some better ideas that we can implement it. But we can't sit down with the business community if we don't know what their problem. Maybe they might have a concerns that some municipalities are doing is raising the room tax. People come in, they have to pay a certain tax. They're doing that across Alberta. So until we know, yeah, there's some we can't do it. But can't we be honest and say, we can't do that? Then they know where they stand and where we stand. But we have to have dialogue with our business community. Because we're not there. We have to have that dialogue. Is $6,300 enough? I say no. But if we can have all of our business community, businessmen, sit down, open to anybody, let's sit down and come out. So, Councillor Hoyle, then Councillor Billingsley.
That, just what you said is what I'm having a challenge with this, is that I don't disagree with you at all. I actually do agree with you that communication is key, and we have to get into the community and figure out what those asks are, what those wants might be. But at the same time, I struggle with who and how do we make the decision about who those business people might be. Just in the last month, I can think of 6, 7 businesses in the last month or 2 months that have opened in town. Are big is a word I'm stumbling on, because does that mean we value the words and the suggestions of those, I hate that word, bigger businesses in town where we've got lots of small independent owners, and that may put a very bad taste in their mouths. And so that would be the challenge for me, is how would you implement that to make sure that there was no offense into the community where business in itself is one word encompassing all of our businesses.
And my response to that, and it sounds like I'm really working hard to sell it, and that's not what I'm trying to do here, because I have my own trepidation as well. To me, we heard throughout the whole election process and even at the panel, and I heard it from all the newbies too, that we don't necessarily need more commercial. We don't need more grocery stores and more shoe stores and more. If we are trying to impact our tax base significantly, we need more industrial kinds of investments. So when I talk about who would come to the table, so to speak, I'm thinking about those people who are major players in corporate Wetaskiwin, who have the capability of further investment in this community, but also, because they have invested in this community, have significant wisdom in how their journey in this community has unfolded. And the barriers that we sometimes put in front of them knowingly or unknowingly. Would I like to see some of our local business people take more money out of their pockets and make more investments in our community? I sure would. And if this is the courtship to doing that, then maybe you've overpaid that courtship by $6,300. I don't know, but I see it as a starting place. And to Councillor Bennett, I have no idea where it goes, and I recognize it has potential risk and pitfalls, and so when I say I bring it with trepidation, I do. And if this group of people say we need more thought on this, I'm okay with that. If they're saying, yeah, let's jump on this and try and make it happen, I'm okay with it. However we choose to go forward on this, my bottom line, and it may not come with a cost dollar, is I think we need to have more dialogue with some of our corporate partners.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Thank you. And I think reading through this and some brief conversation that we've had with this, it's really not about small business, and I was a small business owner, and Mark, you're one, and Joe, you are as well. But I think the intention is, a lot of things that we've heard over the years is that there's some main players in town, but they're not investing anything back in this community. They want to, and I want to find out to get to the word yes, or finding out what would it take for these larger entities to grow. I'd like to know, are we the ones that are holding them back? Is there things that we can do for these major players in our community that we can be an assistance to them to get to the word yes? Now, one of my concerns is that our role? We have staff to do that. That would be, in other words, I think it would be real critical to have the people whose job that is to be at the table as well. Yeah. Right? So, I love the idea as long as we keep it large, if that makes sense, and no disrespect to any small business owner.
None whatsoever.
Karen?
Thank you, sir. Through the chair to council, I'm not in favor of this, and it's not that I'm not in favor of the arguments that have been made. I won't be voting in favor, and it's not because I'm not in favor of the arguments that have been made in its favor. I would, and it goes more to a governance role, 100%, it's our role to sit and to listen, is that $6,000 worth of sitting and listening, or do we put into our strategies this year as we're going to do strat planning together as a group in January. Do we hold off for a year where we can get some, I'm trying to think, where the seven of us can really focus on what we think that this might look like? Is it them coming to us, us going to them? Where do we want, how do we want our ECDEV department involved or not involved? And then revisit it. So it's almost like I'm asking, can we table this to next year's budget? Thanks.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Councillor Aberle. I don't want to table it till next year's budget, but I am prepared to table it until we've had strat planning to determine if this is in our wheelhouse, and B, whether it's a direction we want to take. So I will not dismiss it, but I will table it till we have strat planning. So I would ask administration then to ensure that following strat planning, or as part of strat planning, we look at council engagement with corporate partners.
Are you tabling this, or?
I am tabling it till following, till strat planning.
You're tabling. Okay, no further questions? Thank you. Nope, it's tabled.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna keep going here, because I've got another one. OBC 26-30503, Community Safety and Wellbeing Coordinator, a 2-year term position at 165 from Stabilization Reserve. And again, I've belabored this previously. I will do so again, over and over and over again until I get 4 partners. The case in point is this document right here. I don't know how many people have had a chance to look at it, Community Safety and Wellbeing Report. City Council requested from administration extensive work to be done on what kinds of initiatives, actions, and activities could occur in this community that would improve both safety and physical, emotional, social well-being in our community for our residents, and in many cases for businesses. This is the extensive documentation that came out of that had a number of, it's laden with all sorts of pretty good stuff. And council at the time asked, I guess Kevin most specifically, to work with RCMP and FCSS to try and do some stuff with this. And the RCMP said, yeah, we'll help you when you can, but we got a few things on our plate. And FCSS said, I'll help you when I can, but we got a few things on our plate. And Kevin is saying, holy mackerel, with little or no help from FCSS or the RCMP, I'm not sure I have the personal capacity out of his office to do this. My only comment would be, as part of strategic planning and corporate business planning, this council, not this council, I'm sorry, previous council has identified safety and well-being as one of the #1 pillars in this community. Each and every one of us spoke to this ad nauseum through our campaigning, and I think we heard loud and clear from our community that this is still a big issue for our residents. This business case is simply saying, if the RCMP and FCSS and Kevin can't make this happen off the corners of their desk, we either throw it in the wastebasket and say safety is not that important, or we put our money where our mouth is and we say to our community, we're prepared to invest in community safety and well-being and hire a position to make this document become less of a doorstop and more of an active living document in our community. And I yield back.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. This document, does it tell us, other than hiring this position, tell us what we need to do to keep our community safe? Do we need to hire more police officers, more CPOs, more consultants? The document I've read, same thing we hear. By hiring that personnel for 2 years, it's just going to tell us what we need, but the document already says what we need, correct?
The document tells us there is a path forward to making our community safer and physically, emotionally, socially more well. And it doesn't say you need to add 3 police officers or you need to add 1 bylaw. It says here are actions and activities that, if implemented, will make your community safer. But someone has got to lead the parade to make that happen. This request is to find a parade leader to make these recommendations be acted upon.
And if I may say so, that leader is going to bring all those together and make our community safer, is what you're telling me.
What I'm telling you is that their job, if this were to pass, their job would be to work with every agency, including the city, including the RCMP, including bylaw, including FCSS, including the government of Alberta, including any agencies in our community that could partner to make these actions happen.
Councillor Hoy.
As you probably all know, I'm very in support of this position and this initiative. Again, I speak to the document. It is a good document. It does set out strategically how we would hopefully navigate through some of the challenges in the community. There's never 100% given that the things we put forward are going to work. But there's also 100% assurance that if we don't, they're not going to work. They're not going to be there. I understand there's some concern over spending more money with no guarantees of what our spending is going to be. But if the last council felt strong enough to spend the $50,000 to start this process, and I understand that maybe that was a little bit reactive instead of proactive in knowing what it might look like going forward after that document was in their hands. I see it as a way to bring all those people together, and even more. I think I see them going into the business community, listening to the businesses, where we've already heard over and over and over, our enforcement services do not have the time to do this. Unfortunately, it's always about the money. That's the bottom line, and we have to watch the money and be respectful of the money in our residents. And in 2 years, maybe I will say I was wrong and it didn't do what I was hoping it was going to do. But I'm going to support this and say I have high hopes that this will bring us some of the, or it will help with some of the challenges that we are seeing in the community to make the community a safer place to be.
Councillor Billingsley and then Councillor Elder.
Thank you. I too am supportive of this. Like you say, that document makes a lot of suggestions and kind of gives a roadmap. More of my question, though, has to do with who would be employing this position? Would it be the city, or would this be FCSS? Who would actually be employing the person?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we've had this discussion already about where this person should sit, and I don't think we actually landed on exactly where it should go. So we would sit down with the RCMP and sit down with FCSS and really work through who is going to be best to manage this position.
And the reason why I'm asking that is I'm going to be guessing that if it is a FCSS position, we have less of a chance of grant funding because it talks about in the year one access to federal and provincial funding. If it's, would we, I guess maybe I should make that assumption. I'll form of a question. Would we have a better chance of getting funding, external funding for this position if it was a city employee versus an FCSS employee?
I don't think so, and the only reason I say that is because the FCSS grant from the government is given to the city. So there is still a link between FCSS and the city.
But I'm speaking specifically to this position, not the 80-20 split. Like, in other words, if we...
No, absolutely, but
Right.
because there is a link to FCSS, I don't know that that would preclude FCSS from qualifying for a grant that we
Fair
would
enough.
qualify for.
I'm going to go to Karen, then Mark, and then Wayne. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. Through the chair to council, we talk a lot about needs and wants, and of course somebody's trying to call me right now. We talk about needs and wants, and I firmly believe this is a need. We cannot continue on the same path that we're on. The changes are good. I do believe that there's been changes, but they're not enough, and I don't think we'll continue to be successful. And Councillor Hoyle really did put it on, made the point about, was the strategy itself reactive? I'm not sure paying the $50K was totally reactive, but it wasn't a bit of that. We're trying to catch up, and then we've gotten to a point where we were at a position and then we just left it. We cannot continue to leave these suggestions from industry, whatever I'm trying to say, experts, who have already been in our community doing the work we continue to talk about that we're going to talk about, and then say, meh. If we want our community to be safer, to have better services, to have better mental health, addictions, all of these things, we need to support this position. Thank you.
Councillor Elder, then Councillor Nielsen. You're good? Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to council, when I was first working on this business case with Kevin and obviously Sue, the very question you asked Councillor Billingsley about how does this fit is a question that we spend an awful lot of time talking about, and as Sue says, I'm not sure we've come to a conclusion as to the fit. I think where we may have ended up is this would be a city employee. Now, how the city employee is deployed is another matter. So, do they sit at City Hall and work under Kevin's directorship? Do they sit at the RCMP and work under John Spann's directorship? Do they sit at FCS and work under Emily Thompson's directorship? Because overarching this entire concept of community safety and well-being is a board that's made up of Kevin, RCMP, and FCSS, which have together said, we'll work jointly on community safety and well-being. But at some point in time, someone is going to have to be a supervisor to this individual. The question is, where will they be? And I don't know that that has been determined, and I suspect this group right here may have a heavy influence on that decision.
Okay, you're probably going to hear me say this a lot. We don't know what the water temperature is till I put our feet in it. Whatever the outcome of this, it's going to be expensive. We know that. In my opinion, if the city is taking money to pay for this position, it's under the city. Because I don't think it's right for we to pay, let some other organization manage our employees. So that's my opinion, so. Okay. Are we ready? All those in favor? Carried. Opposed? It'll be me, but carried. Thank you. And now we're going to break for lunch.
No, I want to remind everybody that we have, I submitted an OBC, an operating business case to increase funding to FCSS. We had the presentation by FCSS, which was asking for more than what I had put into my operating business case. I believe council took the request from FCSS and included it at least in budget discussions once all the numbers are crunched.
Can we go for lunch first, or you want it right now?
No, I'm good now at this. I just wanted to remind people.
Yes, we know it's next on.
Yeah.
It's our next open
Next
case.
steps. Yeah.
So we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at, let's say, 1:20.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you all. So we are moving into fees and charges. Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
Yes?
Through the chair to administration.
Oh, Touloupe's got to believe.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was hoping that someone would present something for me to interact with. Thank you. Carry on.
Jess, can you put it back up bigger? Oh, never mind. We can get it on another computer.
Good afternoon, Council. The next item on the agenda is the 2026 proposed changes to the fees and charges bylaw. All proposed fees and charges that we're looking to change are in the attachment to your agenda called Proposed 2026 Fees and Charges Bylaw 2100-25. So we've provided council with a listing of all our fees and charges, as well as the change that we are proposing going into 2026. It says fees and charges changes from 2025 to 2026, and there should be a document in your agenda. If you go to page 3 of your agenda, it's listed in there. Thank you.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I think it was it last year or the year before, we tied a percentage to some increases to some fees and charges, which I believe is indicated here. My question actually has to do with some of the other ones that it's not impacting. For example, business licenses, events and things like that. And my question would be, when was the last time these fees have been considered, or have they been?
Good afternoon, Council. Through the chair to Council, I can speak to the business license fees, and this is something that we reviewed in 2024 to see what other communities in the region were charging for business licenses, and so that was what was proposed. But absolutely, if Council would like to see something different, then administration can certainly come up with something.
To my colleagues, kind of like the COLA discussion, that it's a lot easier to stomach when it's a slow growth tax, as opposed to all of a sudden $100 goes to $125 or something to that effect. So I'm thinking under the Schedule C, under business licenses, that we look at an increase of 5% across the board.
Sorry. Before everybody starts discussing that, I would just like to point out that anything to do with utilities, Peace Hills Board has already looked at 1%, so you would be looking at a 5% for anything but utilities.
I was only speaking at this point to the business licenses.
Oh, okay.
At this point.
I thought you were speaking all of Schedule C.
Oh, in Schedule C. I mean, you know what? If wondering if, because there was no changes in anything there.
Right.
I'd support her suggestion of 1% every year.
1? 2%. Do you want?
2% of everything that's not utility related for decision.
Councillor White, would you like to bring that forward? If that, through the chair, that's...
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor White.
Through the chair to, I think, I'll first state, through the chair to administration. I think I'd like to recommend 2% increase to everything in Schedule C other than fees that are determined through the utility board. Can I have a brief summary from admin to what negative impacts that might make for administering that kind of a flat rate across a whole schedule?
Through the chair to council, I guess the only potential disadvantage to increasing the rates outside of what is around the region is that there could potentially be development could then go to other communities, and we would price ourselves out of the market essentially. But that's, I would think, the only probably real disadvantage to kind of blanket increase for the rates.
Sorry,
It's okay.
I guess
Through the chair to administration, or not, sorry, not to administration, through the chair to council. I put 2% out there because I realize that it gets, I would prefer to do incremental increases regularly than big jumps every couple of years. So I put 2%, but I could be convinced of another number if someone has a different idea.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. Even at some of these very expensive ones, 2% is still 2% of whatever that number is. And I understand, and you're protecting us and knowing what the risk is. But I'd like to think 2% of $4,000 would not be enough for someone to go somewhere else. I would hope and think. I would think. And I guess Mike, then I'm going to go to a question then is, and boy, this is, you're going to really love this one. What financial impact would that make? Yeah, I know. Hardly any calculations to be made. Yeah, I guess that's a great question. Do we know potentially what the current revenue is to Schedule C, less utilities?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, with fees and charges, it's very difficult to estimate.
Figured as much.
We could get an abundance of development and they could have a lot of applications. I also did whisper to Kathy that whereas council could implement 2% across board on Schedule C, it is very unusual to go apply for a license and it's $250.36. Usually they're rounded to the nearest 10 for anything to do with planning, permits and licenses. So if
round
we
it up to the nearest dollar. Or
to the
10.
nearest 10.
Sorry, thank you, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the risk in all of this, of course, is what Kathy had to say, right? And what we don't know is what the benefit is. And what I mean by benefit, financial benefit. We can either take a leap of faith, right? And hope that it brings in,
Gazillions.
sure, lots.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. I think we're just pulling up the revenues for planning and development, and I think if you did go by 2%, it would be a safe assumption that whatever revenues we're bringing in would go by 2%.
Sure.
Because we have accounted for a little bit of growth in those numbers as well.
And do you have that number, or have you made that calculation?
Through the chair to council, so for business licensing, we're projecting $125,000 in revenue without any increase. Obviously, with a 2% increase, we would increase by about $2,500. As far as the other, so development permits and applications and things like that, just altogether, it's about $150,000 in revenue from permits. So
So this would bring in about ballpark and $6,000 worth of revenue.
yeah, and I guess just one other thing to point out is that we do have a contract for our building inspections and safety codes, so that we cannot change those rates because those are within a contract.
So having, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, no, go ahead if you got to
I
finish.
was just going to say, I'm okay with that, and for the reasons that I've stated, like if we can't change it because of contractual obligations, I get it. And if it has to do with the utilities, and I will stand by the 2% just because of the fact of no one's going to have a surprise 5 years down the road when a very large increase happens. So I'll stand by it.
Councillor Elder.
Just curious, how do we compare currently with other communities?
Through the chair to council, so when we did the kind of rate review back in 2024, we are trying to stay fairly competitive with the region. So our rates are fairly similar within, like, say, City of Camrose, Ponoka, those kinds of places.
So we're higher, lower, we're just,
We're about the same, yeah.
okay.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. You're not seeing this so much as a revenue creator to offset budget as opposed to minimizing big jumps down the road. It's more about the big jumps, moderating the change in a controlled fashion as opposed to, look, we got a chance to pick up $6,000 here.
Yeah, I think there's better ways of picking up $6,000. Having said that, I think that, like you say, because we, as a city, have increased costs as well, providing these services, right? I mean, somebody has to administer these tasks, which we've already decided is going to cost us 1% alone extra.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I wanted to make it clear that it's not, because we're in budget, we're not necessarily talking about it as, oh, here's a way where we can go out and find $6,000.
There's
Way more. Yeah. So thank you for your response.
Yeah.
So do you want to, Councillor Arsu?
That's the second time I've been promoted. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, you're only talking Schedule C right now?
Councillor White?
Through the chair to administration, I'd like some guidance on this. I haven't been through a process of rates and
Fees.
and rates and fees activity before. I don't know if we can, like, advance schedule by schedule, or if you want to take notes on all of us. I kind of think we should probably, I've made a recommendation for Schedule C. Maybe we should vote on it among ourselves and then move to another schedule, but I would gladly take advice.
Yeah, I think going through each one and making sure that you're comfortable with that is good. And part of the reason that I brought this up was administration did have a recommendation about street sweeping. So if you wanted to save some of that money, you would increase the storm fee through the fees and charges. So I wonder, yeah, going through each schedule might be prudent.
I take that advice and I stand by my recommendation of increasing fees in Schedule C by 2% for everything that doesn't have other contractual obligations.
for the vote. All of those in favor of raising 2% on Schedule C? Opposed? Thank you. Carried. So we go to Schedule
D.
D. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Because come October, the recycling will be curbside. As administration, through the chair, sorry, to administration, is any deep thought or best guesstimate of how that will change our garbage? Because I know our garbage rates are high, for whatever that means. And I'm just wondering, what am I wondering? Part of the garbage is a correlation, I guess, to landfill. And because we're diverting less to the landfill, I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know necessarily if I want to raise this, and maybe this isn't the time. Are we possibly looking at a reduction of this? If that makes, I guess that's where I was going with it.
When you say this, what are you speaking of? Waste
The
management?
The waste management, the cart fees,
Just the cart piece?
at this point.
Okay.
Through the chair to council, so I know exactly what you were thinking, Councillor Billingsley, and so, and I know I mentioned it yesterday when we spoke about the operating budget for waste management and how we are looking at rate reviews right now, knowing that this recycling component is coming in less than a year from now. We very likely will not have finalized rates until after that takes effect so that we actually know what kind of diversion we're getting. We are anticipating that with curbside recycling, more of our citizens will actually recycle because it's more convenient. There's folks in the community that can't get to the recycling center, so unfortunately do put it in their garbage carts. But with the ability to just put it on your curb and have it collected, we are anticipating that more individuals will participate in the program, which would reduce the amount of garbage going to the landfill, which then reduces the landfill costs and so on, the tipping fees. So the rates could end up being adjusted next year and the year after to reflect those pieces.
With that information, I'm not prepared to make any changes to Schedule D and for a period of time. I'm not. Or sorry, of the waste management portion. Thank you. Yes, of the waste management portion.
But Councillor White.
Oh, sorry, did you want to speak more to,
No, go ahead, I'll speak after.
oh, go ahead, because I want to go to a new topic, like the cemetery, so let's finish one at a time.
I would like to just, no changes to Schedule D. My reasoning is, we're educating the residents to waste less on everything. And even though some here tipping fees were non-residential tipping fees, if you want to, why, if we're educating them to give us a longer life of our landfill, to me, if I raise any tipping fees, is going to say to them, so why should I conserve anything? Why not? My thoughts.
But as I've heard, there's no recommendation to raise any fees.
No,
Correct.
just on waste,
No,
No,
we're
no.
not going to raise it.
nothing. No change.
on D, on total,
No.
Just on the waste management piece.
okay?
Now my hand's up.
Must be reading that differently, okay?
Joe.
We'll move on. Yes, Councillor White.
Also on Schedule D, under the section for cemetery. Through the chair to administration, the rates that are, as of, the rates proposed, which I see no change for almost all of them. Can administration please inform me if there was similar study or comparison to comparable communities for these rates?
Through the chair to council, for the cemetery rates, last year we increased everything by 10%. And so we have looked at other cemeteries. With that 10% increase, it is more expensive than other communities for their cemeteries. So that's why we're proposing not to have any changes for this 2026.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you. And I also think, because if we're talking about cemeteries, because we have a partner in this, that we would be in contact and appreciate what they have to say on this as well. We're partners in this. We're not the boss.
Thank you. Councillor White?
No further comment on cemetery. I'll leave it as is. That's good rationale. Sorry, can I follow up?
Yes, please.
I think I'm hearing that we're ready for the next section, which is storm. Through the chair to admin, I see the rate change of 28 cents on residential. That rings a bell from earlier deliberations. Can you please give me a summary of where we stand with that?
Through the chair to council, so this is something that I spoke about yesterday, that we were going to propose a 10% increase to the storm fees. And this is essentially to increase the budget so that we can do more storm maintenance, more catch basin cleaning, more ditch work, whether that's cleaning it out. I know there's been comments previously about a section of the ditch that requires some maintenance, and so this would allow us to collect enough funds to continue doing more maintenance.
Thank you.
Sue?
Thanks. Just further to that, the potential savings or fee increases that I had sent out to council, one of the options is around street sweeping, which does directly correlate to the storm fee. And so we had put in a couple of options. So one of them was reduce street sweeping from one time per year, or sorry, from 2 times down to 1 time. And the most important street cleaning activity is in the spring, to get up all the sand salt. In the fall, we do it to try and not plug catch basins with leaves, but if that one was left, typically that gets picked up with the snow, and then whatever is left through the winter could be picked up in that fall or that spring sweep. So if you could save between 10 to 15,000 by just going down to 1 street sweeping. And then in order to cover some of the costs, there was a discussion about increasing the storm fees by $3 on average. And then it would start covering that through a utility rate instead of a tax.
Councillor White?
Through the chair to administration, the proposed $3, I don't see it in this schedule. So was that through the utility, or is it not done here yet, or is it just on this other?
Yeah, it was, sorry, it was on the sheet that I had emailed to council about potential, it's the very first one, street sweeping.
I see it. So I see it on the sheet you sent to us. Thank you.
Yeah.
The $3 on average, of which of these fees is where would $3 land?
So we would split it, so there's residential, multifamily, and in ICI, institutional, commercial, and industrial. So we would split it probably prorated for each.
Split it so everybody gets 3 or 3 total change for,
It was on average a 3, but it would be proportionate. So
Okay.
typically we charge more to parcels that don't have grass or trees that help absorb water. So if the water is running off very quickly, we charge more to those parcels than we would to, say, a residential that has a lot of grass. So it would be proportionate based on the fees.
I'm sorry, could you say the last 10 seconds again?
Yeah, it just would be proportionate based on fees. So if you see in the fee schedule proposed for 2026, ICI pays 11, where a residential pays 3.
Yep.
Yeah, so we would spread it over that proportionately.
Sorry, I meant that whatever the grass part was, I was trying to
Oh.
picture it, what, in reality.
Yeah, so when we do design for storm, we use a coefficient for a runoff factor, and when you have grass or gardens or flower beds that absorb water, it's easier on the environment, not as hard on the storm system. So people that have a lot of parking lots like asphalt and concrete, we charge them more because they affect our storm system greater.
Understood. Thank you. I'd like to see that $3 built in here. I would support that.
I'm just thinking, Councillor Billingsley.
I will support that as well. Through the chair to administration. I think the street sweeping came up last year and we called it a reduction of service. I'll say I. And so you're confident that there will be this change of service doesn't have inherent risks involved. In other words, why is it for years we have been doing it twice a year when now we don't have to?
Sorry. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I truly believe that it's because we've always done it that way. I do look at other communities, and I don't know if Kathy has a different experience, but when I lived in St. Albert, we did it once a year. It was the spring cleanup to get the salt sands off the road, and that was the only time that they did street sweeping.
And we're proposing to do spring or fall?
Spring.
So if we only do it in the spring, and we have a fall with lots of leaves and rains, and it clogs the catch basins and we get flooding, what happens there?
Typically, the leaves fall when the rain is done in a normal year, and then it would be picked up with the snow, the majority of them. There'll always be some that would be left, or when the snow melts and they realize what's on their boulevards, they tend to sweep it into the road. So yeah, there is a possibility, but one of the things we had a discussion with council about last year was fire hydrants are homeowners' responsibilities to keep the snow cleared around them. Most people know that, but we need to do some education with people. Catch basins, it is the catch basins, your sidewalks, all of that stuff is the adjacent homeowners', I don't want to say total responsibility, but it is expected that they're maintaining those. So if I've got a catch basin in front of my house and it starts to plug, I go out there and clean it. I have seen a lot of people around town do it, but I do know that not everybody realizes that that is something that is expected of them. So we were planning to do some education campaigns. It's no different than the snow. We had discussions about alleys. Each homeowner adjacent to an alley should be shoveling half of the alley apron or the sidewalk portion of it, because for the municipality to go out and clean just the sidewalk portion of every single sidewalk or alley crossing in the city would be astronomical in cost. So we plan to do some education campaigns with the public to try and get them on board with doing this work.
That's very, in a real world, that looks real good. So if we're telling the residents, go clean your your catch basins in the fall, because your leaf may clog, when I tell them to clean it in the spring where the sand and everything's clogging? What's the difference between cleaning one in the fall and cleaning one in the spring?
The sand actually goes into the sump and it plugs the line. The leaves are more likely to collect on top and not let the water get in. So typically, like I've seen on my walk to work, a lot of times the people on 47A, they clean the catch basin and they throw it up on the curb. And when we come around to do street sweeping, we'll grab it.
I'm not trying to complain, but when you're doing if you have a long frontage and the leaves clog in your catch basin, you clean that catch basin, but all the leaves from all around the block drain to that only catch basin, why would that resident be responsible for the 10 houses on the whole block to clean their leaves?
I'm not saying that they're totally responsible. I'm saying that it is typical that they maintain that, no different than our sidewalks. And there's a perfect example just around the block from City Hall here. This person literally runs a shovel along the entire length of their property, and it is in their best interest. They're at the low spot. So that's where the catch basin goes, and that's where the flooding is going to start. So most homeowners recognize when you're in a low spot, it is in your best interest to clean that out so that you don't flood.
Agreed. If you have a senior out there who can't get out, who's going to clean the catch basin? I understand. I understand where you're getting with this point, but as a taxpayer, we're used to getting our streets swept, cleaned, snow removal. Now it seems like we keep pushing this problem onto the residents and keep raising their taxes. So I don't know. I can't see it happening. Not in my opinion. My colleagues have different ideas. But to tell the residents to go clean the catch basin of his leaves, I think is not their job, because then if they damage that catch basin, they get mad. Who's responsible for the catch basin? Catch basin may not have the grate on top, that's the proper one, maybe busted. Councillor Billings.
Yeah, through Billingsley.
Billingsley.
Through the chair to administration, or to council, we were informed that for the most part, most of the leaves come down after the rain. So in other words, the catch basins aren't really catching much moisture until the spring anyway, and we're coming. Is that sort of the rationale of why once a year?
Correct.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I want to come back to storm and the fees. And I guess I want to be clear on what I'm voting for here, because as I read this document, it says we've already got planned in the fees and charges of an increase of 10% on each of those three residences. But then there's a talk about $3 being distributed. Can you help me? Because right now I'm looking at an increase of $1.84 across those three. Are we talking about rolling that $1.84 to $3? Are we talking about adding $3 to the $1.84?
Sorry, it wouldn't be $3 per month. We were looking at each bill over a year. So I mean, it's more than 10%, obviously, because that's, but it would be, so each one of them is prorated, and I don't have the formula in front of me.
Right.
So it would be an additional $3 per year. The bulk of it would be hit by ICI because they pay the highest percentage.
It would be an additional $3 per year. I'm going to use the word per unit.
Per parcel.
$3 for the residential, $3 in addition, not $3 prorated out. It's $3 for each
No,
category.
it would be on average. So it would be prorated based on the amount, so, and I don't know the percentage here, the difference between residential and industrial, but it looks, I mean, okay, I'll use residential and multifamily, it looks to be about double. So of the $3 a year, let's say $1 of it goes to ICI, 75 cents goes to,
Thank you.
yeah.
Got it.
No, that math wasn't going to work, by the way, but
Dean, you have a question?
No, I'm good with that.
I might have.
Councillor Elder.
Just have a quick question here. So when you're talking about commercial or residential, so I've asked many a times on this. So my store on Main Street is considered commercial. It's going to relate to this storm. It's going to relate to the water bill. We've got a different rate than residential, although there's a lot of residential that are a whole lot bigger than my little store. And I'm paying 2 and 3 times more money for the same service. I don't consider the downtown stores or little stores that I know they're rated as commercial, but they are more efficient than most residential places. They've got toilets, they're not showering, they're not doing anything, they get small plots. So I'm just questioning whether it's a kind of a fair assessment with commercial.
yeah, for the storm system, it's different for water and wastewater charges, but for the storm specifically, it is related to the engineering calculation of the coefficient of runoff. So the more impervious material that is on the ground, the quicker the storm runs to our system, the harder it surcharges our system and it puts a bigger tax on the system. Whereas a residential, they have gardens and grass, and a lot of that water soaks into the yard before it becomes surcharged and starts to run into the storm system. So it really is about the effect on the storm system.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor White, and then Councillor Billingsley. Councillor Billingsley.
I will move forward from the recommendation of administration to no longer do false street sweeping. Could always bring it back, yep. What was the
Okay.
other part? And the $3.
So we're putting that together, we're gonna
Sure.
vote first on the street sweeping or the $3 increase?
Maybe we should separate them, Joe.
Yes, I think so. So we're gonna go to the first one on the table was the $3. All of those in favor of $3?
No.
Because now I hear what's coming next. No, I'm okay. I'm
Okay, all of those in favor of $3? Opposed? Carried? All of those?
No,
Now I'm going to Dean's.
So what I brought forward was reducing the service of a fall street sweep across the city. And I'm going to guess, through the chair to administration, before I finish my thought, if there was ever a need, we still have the equipment to be able to provide the service if required. Is that, I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Through the chair to council, absolutely. If like, and we do spot cleaning throughout the year anyways. If something happens, we would go clean that up. But so there would be an opportunity if there was something there, we would absolutely go clean it up. Yes.
Okay, then I stand with my,
I have a question. Councillor Nielsen.
earlier we talked about how much money we could save or not save by going to contracted street sweeping. And we decided that we would continue to do our own street sweeping. We have the equipment. And now we have the equipment, but we're really going to use it half as much time. So then the question I have is, are we better to divest ourselves of the equipment and reconsider contract street sweeping? What will the differential be in terms of that kind of a cost? But to just have a multi-thousand-dollar piece of equipment sitting there in case we have a need to go out and scoop up something, I guess I question the logic. So year by year, that equipment depreciates even though we're only using it half of the time we've ever used it before.
Through the chair to council, I wouldn't necessarily recommend divesting of the piece of equipment. However, it's something we could look at. The only pieces that would be then missing would be the fact that then we would have to contract out for our parades, we would have to contract out for parking lots and those spot cleanings, spill cleanups, things like that throughout the year. So it may be more challenging to get a sweeper in kind of on a moment's notice.
Thank you.
Councillor White, I'd like to make a motion to go into camera, please. Thank you for coming back. I'd like to have a motion to come out of camera.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
in favor? Okay. I forget where we were at.
No, have we agreed on the $3 charge?
I thought we did.
We did, but we haven't about the street sweeper.
Yes. On Mr. Dean Building's street sweeping.
So I said that we would no longer do a fall street sweeping unless necessary, however you want to word it. Yeah.
And there'll be a captured savings.
Yes.
Okay, all of those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Next. Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, I'm looking in, still on the schedule DHIJ under airport. Help me understand the section around terminal building space rental that said the rate for 25 was all zeros. In the section above it that has the same name, terminal building space rental, has fees in it. I'm not sure I understand what those two sections are trying to communicate to me.
So there's no change. Zero.
Through the chair to council, it appears as though this was just duplicated in error. So there is no fee for 2025. This is a brand new fee proposed for 2026 for renting out different rooms within the terminal building.
So to confirm, there has been a fee and there will continue be a fee that is unchanged.
No, there was never a fee. This is brand new for 2026 proposing.
Gotcha.
This fee.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Understanding that, sorry, through the chair to council, understanding that, then I probably recommend what's presented.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thanks. I just want to confirm that that is accurate information. The reason
You and I just did two separate things. We still must still not understand.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the reason why I have concerns that we didn't have that fee, whether or not we had any income coming in before, because if I look one down, that we didn't have a fee before, and now we do for dust suppression, it shows an increase and a percentage amount. So I'm wondering, is it possible that we did and there was no change?
Through the chair to council, no, there's a duplication here, but then yes, that the change should say
100%.
100%, exactly. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Can I ask the question, when you say dust suppression for gravel roads and alleys?
We're still on airport.
So-
Can we stick with airport?
Okay.
And I made a recommendation to
Okay, so we were just-
accept what was presented.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor? Carried. Next.
Now transportation.
Transportation. Dust suppression for gravel roads, is that for $7 a linear meter of frontage?
To the chair, yes, it would be per meter of frontage for the property, so.
Does the owner have the right to refuse?
To the chair, they would have to request the city to complete dust suppression and then pay this fee. Otherwise, we wouldn't do dust suppression.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So it's up to the owner to ask for that. So that is a source of income if the owner wants, not what the city's mandatory, gonna go do the gravel.
To the chair, that's correct.
So it's a fee charged to the owner.
Sorry, the city is just looking at full cost recovery, so we spend about $19,000 a year on dust suppression, and it was one of the things we thought that council should consider as a user fee because not everybody needs it.
Thank you very much. Councillor White.
She answered my question.
Councillor
Nielsen.
Nielsen.
Would it, for clarity's sake, would it be helpful if there was a bit of an amendment to this item? Dust suppression for gravel roads, alleys, if requested? Then it becomes very clear that we're not doing anything unless it's requested.
Through the chair to council, absolutely, we can clarify that in the bylaw, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, through the chair to administration. My only concern of this is if everybody says no except for one person who's got 5 linear feet of property, so does that mean we're going to get a bill for $35 for doing that 5 feet?
Through the chair to council, so right now we contract out dust suppression, so we would, when we put out the tender, essentially what the process would be is that by a certain date, you need to sign up for it, and depending on that, then we would put that in the tender to say we have 407 meters of dust suppression to apply, and then the tender would come back, and then those would be the rates, and then we would invoice those folks who had requested it.
So to follow up then, so based on the calculation of actual meters invoice versus the cost, this could potentially be adjusted the following year depending on how many people actually do the work.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, curiosity on this service as requested. Is in alleys where there's beneficiaries on both sides of an alley, does each resident, whoever requests it and agrees to it, pays, regardless if there's the neighbor across the road that agrees or disagrees, and they pay too if they agree to it?
Through the chair to council,
Or is it by lane, like left and right?
that is something that we could look at. So if someone did or didn't want, we could just do it on their half along their property. That's definitely an option.
Okay.
Sounds like your subdivision, right?
Thank you.
Question, just something came out, and this is what I love about this. Is so here we are charging for so much for a linear meter of dust. Can we not charge that to snow removal if certain residents or certain street want their street plowed? I want mine, and then we charge so much a linear meter? No, we wouldn't, because if you're allowed to get one and you wanted more than one, why not pay for it?
You would have to change the council policy for snow removal.
I will be bringing that up. Thank you.
Good luck.
You don't have faith in me, do you?
Oh, I do.
You know you don't.
I do.
Councillor White.
I recommend that we accept the recommended rate for dust suppression fees
All those
as
in,
presented.
all those in favor with the amendment, with the amendment?
Because
Thank
it's
you.
now requested.
Yes. All those in favor? Carried. I'll keep looking for Karen now, she's not there.
Yeah.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to everybody sitting in this room. Under Schedule E, we had a discussion yesterday, possibly the day before, and maybe the day before that, in regards to the costs, I think it was yesterday, of animals and what it's actually, we had to budget an extra $35,000 thereafter. So I'm proposing in here, there is no change to these licenses and or permits. And from there, I'm asking for a 10% increase to offset the extra costs.
Question to administration on fees for pets or animals. If a resident lives in an area, moves, and he buys a dog license, and he moves from that area, decides rent's too high, and he moves to another area in town, does that mean they have to go get another? I misunderstood that if they moved a different address, they would have to go reapply.
No, they just need to update their address. So your license is good for the year for the entire city of Wetaskiwin.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you.
Bill? Mr. Chair? Just,
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I don't have that number in front of us. Do you know, well, I'm sure you do, the amount of revenue that came in from licensing? Because I'm going to guess that even 10% is not going to come close to the $35,000 extra that we've had to allocate.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, as at the end of October, we had collected 7,245.
So bring in an extra whopping $700.
Sue?
This was why in the suggestion, and we could certainly look at dogs as well, but I had put in the sheet to council. We were looking at just cats, obviously, but our rate for altered is 28 and unaltered is 44 per year, but Ponoka and Black Falls are both at 45 for altered and 60 for unaltered. And I think that's going to give a bit more money. And I mean, you could look at dogs as well because they do also strain the system, just not as heavily as cats do.
But our costs are actually, when they get to the shelter, sorry, the shelter, not the responsible pet owners, we're penalizing them more than the people who are using the shelter in that scenario, potentially.
Well, or you could find a balance between
Yeah, I'm
what we
wondering
have
that.
right now and what Black Falls and Ponoka are.
Like, to me, it's the impoundments first, second, third, and fourth. Amazing.
But again, that's when we find that they don't get picked up, is when we start fining.
Does the city of Wetaskiwin have any rules on how many pets a household's supposed to?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Okay. So the question on the table is to raise the fees for pet owners or for 10%. Councillor Nielsen.
I will speak against this motion. With the information we received, those people who appear to be responsible pet owners are paying their registration fees. When their animals are impounded, they're coming and claiming them by a high percentage versus those that don't appear to be licensed. And I'm not prepared to penalize responsible pet owners because we got a bunch of no, I don't need to say it.
Irresponsible pet owners.
Irresponsible pet owners, thank you. Yeah.
So to the
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I wonder if that just creates a greater level of euthanasia. Can there be a differentiated impoundment fee? So if I've registered my critter and it's in impound and I go and pay my fee to get it out versus I come to get my non-registered critter, I pay more? Now, that may simply create a situation at the other end where we're paying more to have animals euthanized, but I somehow, to me, we got to get a message through to the irresponsible pet owners. I just don't know how you do it.
So, if I may, if a pet owner's animal is registered and he doesn't pick up his animal after so many days, I just wonder if we can do something like the motor vehicle comes in. You have the address, send the bill to the owner, and then we can't go to the motor vehicles and say you got a fine, because the city does a fine. What's the difference with the city giving it a parking ticket when that ticket you don't pay goes directly to the motor vehicles, that you can't get your license until you pay that ticket?
Licenses.
Yeah.
But we still lose animals that are registered that the owner maybe doesn't want them, or just,
So I don't think we have consensus on changing this, so I'll withdraw my amount and
Yep.
because
okay. So we'll move.
stand as presented.
Thank you. We'll move to Councillor White.
Next on the list, taxi ride for hire. Through the chair to administration, please help me understand what this service is.
Through the chair to council, this is the annual license fee for taxis to operate within the city. That's what that fee is.
And follow up to that, similar to other questions, since I haven't looked at these kinds of numbers in the past and am unfamiliar with other municipalities, was this fee, this rate also included in comparison to other communities?
Through the chair to council, we do regional comparators with all our rates within CPS to see how we're doing. Like city manager mentioned earlier, we had comparators for cat licenses, for example, so we have comparators for taxi licenses as well.
Thank you.
This is beyond their business license, correct? Why do we need a taxi driver's license fee? Because if the business license, if the business operating a taxi service is paying a fee, why would their drivers who are have to go through criminal records and all this good stuff that we do have to pay an addition $45?
There is a lot more that goes into monitoring and managing taxis within a community. It's also provincially legislated. There's laws around they're having patrons in a confined space under their care. It's no different than bus service and stuff. They all have to have criminal record checks. It's a vulnerability thing. You could have underage people in those vehicles. It's different than a regular business.
So does a bus driver who drives the handicap van have to pay $45 for a license?
Well, not when they were under the city, but I'm not sure if buses are covered in our bylaw.
Through the chair to council, they don't have to pay this fee because they're not a taxi driver, but they do require the criminal records check or vulnerable sector records check still, even if you're a bus driver.
Sounds kind of odd that one guy can do, but they both get tips, because everybody tips the driver of a handicapped van. So I find that odd. But anyways, any discussion on that? Increases, decreases?
Are you bringing anything forward?
Pardon?
Are you bringing anything forward?
No?
Okay.
Okay, move on. Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, if we just move on, does that mean that stands, or do
Stands.
you want everything to be recommended?
No, if there's no change of council, it stands.
Thank you.
Next is the fire, Schedule F for fire.
I do have through the chair to administration. With these fees for heavy equipment, I'll call it, is this a schedule that insurance companies would pay? Or do we get to set what we can charge insurance company, or do they have a schedule that they pay?
Through the chair to council, these schedules are every municipality sets their own, but they're based on information from the province, and then they work in conjunction with insurance companies. So what's listed here is kind of standard that most municipalities would charge insurance companies. So if, for example, we went to a call that was a vehicle collision, then we could charge the insurance company this amount, and that would be standard across a lot of municipalities. It might vary by $50 or $100 or $150.
So for example's sake, if I said motor vehicle collision engine rescue, we're currently at $700 per hour, and let's say I suggested to make it $850, which was within the $150 that you spoke of, would they pay that bill?
Through the chair to council, I'm not sure.
Through administration, is our insurance, maintenance, and fire gone up? I imagine you're going to go up 5-6%. Insurance must go up. Replacement costs of those vehicles are getting more expensive. We just heard that AUMA fire trucks are up like
We're just looking.
50 to 100%.
Mr. Mayor, we're just looking at what our insurance policy says to see if that went up.
Councillor Billingsley.
So I'm going to make a recommendation that the first three, dangerous goods, vehicle collisions, and structural fires, that we increase those by 20%. 20% still brings us less than $140, sorry, it would bring it up by $140, which is less than the $150 that potentially, and we can always come back to it if there becomes an issue.
Sorry, that was increased by what?
20%. So that would be structural fire, motor vehicle collisions, and dangerous goods.
Now, to administration, is that $700 per call or per hour?
Per hour it stays.
Per hour?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, total insurance across premiums for the year was increased by 5%. We'll get an actual invoice from Heavy Munis next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as a fire department, and we send all those 3 vehicles, is there a certain amount of fire responders that are called to that? Is that the same price if we have 5, 10, 1, or 2? So what is how many fire responders go to that? Because I imagine that cost would be different if we send the whole, like to a structural fire, we're gonna have the whole volunteer force there, not just,
But all we're not billing for time, we're billing for
yeah, but there's nothing,
equipment.
unless it's on another page for responders?
No?
But I would suspect within that, when they send that out, they send 3 people or 5 people or 1.
Or 9 people or
whatever
11
it
people,
is.
we're charging
Yeah,
$700.
the minimum that we talked about yesterday was 3 people going out per call, and this is a per hour charge, so, and it is per those types of units, but we would not increase it if there were 5 people on the truck versus 3. It's a set rate. But if the fire is big enough, we're sending multiple trucks.
Yeah, Councilor Alder.
I'm just going to disagree with Councilor Billingsley. I think if 20% is a little steep, so I think if insurance is going up 5%, we could maybe just go up to 5%.
But the replacement of that vehicle has gone up like over 100%.
Well, that's a different deal.
And Councillor Elder, the reason why I came up to the 20 is one of the statements made earlier that some places are charging up to 850, where we're charging 7, and 20% puts us at at 840. So it would potentially be less.
So, Councillor, if I may say, would you be happy with $800, 800 and 305? Because you also going to come down here, we have a replacement cost for our fire department for our clothing, our apparatus, and training. So it's just not the training comes out of our, and hopefully this recuperates.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that, those numbers you threw out are way more than 20%.
Yeah, they are. If you said 20% of $205, is 200.
Sorry. Okay, 20%, okay.
I could live with 10%, split the difference, but whatever.
Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, can I get confirmation that these invoices are generally to insurance companies?
Through the chair to council, generally they are to insurance companies, not all the time, and it depends on the municipality that you're in. Some counties, for example, charge back the entire cost of fire departments. So you might get a bill for $6,000 or $7,000 if you have structure fires in your home.
I'll still stand with the 20 and vote from there.
Okay, on fire department, it's Brown structure on fire structure, motor vehicles and dangerous goods to increase it by 20%. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Can we bring that back again? Nope, can't, so it's dead in the
Mr. Mayor,
water.
no, it's not dead.
Okay.
I probably should have amended it, but you asked that it go forward at 20. I would amend that to 10%. There'd be an increase to 10% to each of those 3 categories.
I'd like to amend that to 10% across the whole board.
That's a change, that's a change.
Yes, for the first, everything, 10%.
From 2% on the ones that show 2%? You want-
Yes, to 10% on everything.
I would call point of order.
Yeah.
That changes the motion completely.
Yeah.
We're talking about 3
Yeah.
very separate and distinct categories versus a system not maintained.
Thank you. So on those 3 items, a 10% increase. Yes, I am. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, at this point, I'm okay with false alarm response and the three fee structures. The one I'm not comfortable with is system not maintained, and I would recommend, under system not maintained, on the third or subsequent occasion of a penalty of $1,000. The reason I pick a large number is because if we are talking to people once about their particular situation where life and limb could be in peril, and we had to talk to them a second time, and they're still not maintaining their system, and it may put people in life-threatening conditions and peril. When we get to the third incident, I think we should kick them in the butt as hard as necessary to catch their attention, because obviously we didn't catch it on the first or second occasion.
Now, is that $1,000 on top of the 670?
No,
or-
maxed out at $1,000.
Thank you, maxed out. Okay, and the other one's at 3%, Councillor Nielsen? Oh, Councillor White?
Through the chair to administration, please tell me the scenario of what system not maintained means. I need to understand what that call is a bit more. That's going to get an invoice.
Through the chair to council, this is kind of just as Councillor Nielsen said, if we do respond to a fire alarm and they said, oh, it was an accident of some type. Is it false alarms? It's false alarms often, and they keep coming false alarms because the system is not maintained properly. There's portions of it that are not functioning.
Thank you. That satisfies my question.
Yeah, it's kind of like the pool that we're dealing with.
So, false alarm, 3%, Councillor?
No, system not maintained.
Okay, so that's $1,000, you said? Third time. Okay, and the other ones? Okay, but I mean on the false alarm response.
No, I have a motion on the floor to deal with system not maintained.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, nobody else? The other ones? Any other? Nope. Good. Councillor White.
Through the chair to administration, help me understand who the recipients of a rate or a fee would be for the air cylinder recharge. Is that a service we provide to other organizations?
We are in, through the chair to council, we are in agreements with the county, and if they don't have access to that, then we will fill up for other stations and other departments.
So that is just for fire departments, not for commercial business or anything once they're charged?
Sorry,
So-
Mayor.
Is that recharging, is that just for fire departments?
Correct.
Thank you.
I don't have anything I'm going to put forward. I'll leave everything as is unless another counselor wants to put something forward.
Councillor Nielsen.
Under fire inspections, on the third non-compliant inspection, I would like to put forward a $1,000 penalty. Again, I guess I would comment that when we have people who are non-compliant on fire regulations or fire equipment or all the rest of it, not only do they put themselves in peril, they put all of our firefighting team in peril as well, potentially in peril. And I'm really worried that why on earth do we have to get to a third non-compliant inspection? We got people who are saying, I don't need to listen and I don't need to follow your instructions. And that's why we also are looking at compliance officers in our community.
Councillor Billingsley,
I support.
my question is, on that complaint inspection from the first, is there a time allowed to be compliant with those inspections?
Through the chair to council, our fire department works very hard with the businesses when they do inspections to make sure that they are compliant. So we're trying not to catch them. We work with them to give them sufficient time to do those things. So if they're not been done within the 30 or 60 days, then you know that's when this would kick in.
Thank you. So, who calls who?
It's part of the building, the safety codes process and the building permit, development permit process that they have to get fire inspections before they can get occupancy.
So that kind of brings, so you're just on a new building permit, these compliances have to follow, not anything old?
It could be a change of use, it could be there was a fire, it could be something, a renovation has happened, anything.
Thank you. So, on the $1,000, all those in favor? Carried. Okay. Next,
The pool, or sorry, the rinks.
recreation are small, holy smokes. Some recreation came so small. I know. Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was also one of the recommendations that was on our sheet to give to council for consideration is changing of rates. We did have our finance department go through and calculate the subsidy. I actually thought it was going to be a lot more. So taxation right now subsidizes recreation on average about 50%. So we are recovering about 50%. And we did look at swimming and ice and that sort of stuff, and we are certainly lower on ice time than we are on swimming. So that is an area that if council wanted to consider a bigger increase than the 2% that we have suggested, that would get us closer to industry standard.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. I guess I'm trying to fit the cogs of the wheel together. On the one hand, particularly as it relates to ice, I'm hearing we have fairly low usage rates. And so we need to charge more, which then potentially decreases our usage rates. As part of a conversation in this other document you put together, there was comments related to marketing. And we've all looked at booking airline tickets, and we aren't always flying with the big flights, we're flying on the ones we can afford and are palatable to our pocketbook. And I wonder if we invest in some appropriate or concentrated marketing, whether instead of raising the rates, we raise the utilization factor, we may be further ahead than 2% here and 2% here and 2% there. So I'm not prepared to change the rates that are here. I would simply encourage a more concentrated effort on marketing our ice times.
And that is a perfect segue into the other recommendation that I made. So if council was willing to allow me in cost center 040 in contracted services GL 52510, reallocate $10,000 of unused contracted services for 2025, I could direct it towards a marketing program that our economic development team has sourced out, and it would be a 3-month targeted program to see, you know, what results we could get, especially in the arenas and some of the really severely underutilized spaces that we have.
I would make that motion.
Would have to be a motion through the chair to administer. That would have to be a motion to redirect funds, would it not?
It actually doesn't have to be a motion. I can move money around, but I personally like to get council's buy-in when I'm shifting from one priority to another, so.
I would recommend shift away.
So we're doing nothing to this.
No. It's just a recommendation.
Councillor Billingsley.
So I agree with shifting money from contracted services into a targeted marketing campaign. But I also believe that the $2 increase is important, or whatever, the 2 to 23 and the 2%. For this, all the arguments that I've made, whether it was COLA, whether it was any of the others, that needs to be, because eventually if we don't do this, in 5 years, if we don't keep up with this, somebody's going to be looking at a very large increase.
Councillor Neil.
Thank you. And I totally agree, and I'm not in opposition to the 2%. I indicated I'm okay with these fees, but I didn't want to see us sitting here saying, let's add to them. I'd rather have the marketing. So I'm in
I'd like to have both.
That's right. I'm okay with the 2% increase and a redirection of shifting dollars around for marketing.
Do you want to make a motion to the redirection of funds?
I thought I had.
We're good? Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Can we have a Welcome back. We're on section K, water.
No.
Ball diamonds.
Gee, ball diamonds.
So I propose to add the 2%. As presented.
And I support that motion.
All those in favor? Carry. Where are we on now?
G. G.
That's just what we did.
Gee, okay. I'm on this one. Okay, if none, we'll move on to the next one. Any questions?
No.
No, okay. On to,
So no one's bringing anything forward?
So,
If it's here, it's here.
so in other words, the 2% will happen.
Correct.
Thank you.
we are on K, right?
Yeah, then you're not doing utilities, you would go to Schedule M, which is RCMP. And administration did have a recommendation. Sorry, it's not on your sheet, but it was one of the things that I've been taking notes of during deliberations. Right now, our criminal record checks are, we're proposing $40. Previously, we had proposed moving it to 50, which doubles. And if you move to $50, it brings in an extra $25,000 in a year from existing.
We do that many.
Yes. Everybody, lots of people need them for work. Yeah, there's volunteering, serving on boards and committees. Start charging.
Councillor Billingsley.
So for clarification, if you've got 25 and administration has 25 and $40, you're saying if we moved it to 25 and 50,
Correct.
and that will bring in total how much?
It would bring in 25,000. So double what we get now.
So we were getting 12.5 before,
Yes.
now so we're bringing in an
Correct.
additional 12.5. I
Correct.
will like to move that forward at 25 and 50.
Criminal.
It's criminal.
Oh, and they say I'm the bad guy.
I'll support this.
All those in favor? Carry. Yes, 1% they say no.
They can't.
Where are we on next?
Okay, so we will incorporate all the changes to the fees and charges bylaw, and that will come back on the 9th with budget approval.
I've got things I'd love to discuss before we,
Oh, for fees and charges?
no,
Oh.
just general things.
Yes, so we're just going to go back into budget. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we also do have a WCB update, one of the BIRs that was there. Toulouse, can you give them the update?
Through the chair to council, we're taking an information request on whether or not the WCB rate was unique to each muni or if the increase was across municipalities. And our rates are not the same for all munis. Each municipality is assigned a rate based on its industry classification and claims experience. Whilst the city of Wetaskiwin falls under the municipal or the local government classification, the actual rate varies depending on claims history, payroll size, and experience rating adjustments. So our rate is unique to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a few things here. Probably one of the big ones speaks to, is IT. Just going by my notes. And in my notes, as opposed till I find it, and I know I believe it's policy that we have a life cycle of every 4 years for such hardware. I'd like to take a look at what it would be if we reduced their budget by 20%, which would then basically make it every 5 years. Is that the best way of looking at it that way?
Yeah, for sure. Are you thinking like computers and phones, or?
Oh, for sure, especially
Both?
the phones.
Okay.
Right. Well, you know what, all of it, you're right. I can understand computers. No, I understand it all. So I'm looking at a 20% reduction in hardware, because the cell plans, we can't reduce this. The plan is the plan. We can't reduce the plan by 20%, but we certainly can reduce the need of hardware.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley.
Orange?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, what GL line are you referring to
Yeah,
specifically?
Hold, please. Well, that's where this was. Where are we here?
It's Department 335 and Costing Center 100 is IT.
Orange tab, fire, archives, fire bylaw. Or corporate, it's under corporate, yeah. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, 52175. Do we lease all our computers, or do we actually buy them? And are they on? In other words, I'm trying to solve the problem of replacing units at a less frequently. And it comes down to having that by dollars, right? As opposed to saying, because sometimes a computer will break down in 3.5 years.
Councillor White.
I had the same one, or similar, marked for discussion as well. I'd also like to include jail account 55290. I believe those are non-capital equipment purchases. Some of that's the computer stuff too. So along with cell phones, or both GLs, please.
Sue?
Sorry, Councillor Billingsley, the GL that you quoted is actually our Bell contract. So that's not our hardware, that's our phone bill
So that
from
is
Bell.
the actual usage of the
Correct.
phones. I'm trying to solve the problem of computers.
Okay.
The cell phone. Hardware.
Could we take it as a BIR to dig in? Because I just don't want to, there are some in there that have like printers and a bunch of different other things. So I want to make sure that we're dealing with computers and cell phones that would move from a 4-year to a 5-year, and then we could get a cost for you on that. I mean, I know it's 20%, but I need to know which GL.
Fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor White.
I asked about this through the chair to administration. I asked about this earlier, and my understanding was that that was GL 552290.
Chair to Councillor White, that is correct. In that same GL, however, is where we have our our cell phones budgeted at 3,500, and like the desktop evergreen fund. What's it? What to say? Yeah, the plan for a desktop of 8,500. There is the larger part of that is for a reserve-funded project of about 200,000. In
So you don't want to
that
take 20%
non-capital
off
equipment
anticipated
purchases.
reserve. Okay.
But I do think that because we ask for that replacement, capital replacement at the same time, and we pull it from reserves, it would affect potentially how much you put into reserves each month. So each year. Because we come back every 4 years, so if we come back every 5 years, do we need less put into reserves? So we'll figure out what that number is.
Thank you.
Councilor Billings.
Thank you. I want to, at what point will we have discussion about copter? Like our copter?
We have one request for January 13th, just one request from a specific organization, but we need additional information before we can bring it forward to council. However, all our other renewals are also in 2026, because in 2023, we asked council to approve them for 3 years. So all of them will come back. The applications, I believe, are due, and I may be wrong, but we need to receive the applications by September 30th.
Okay. And you're looking at me, do you understand? Yeah. I don't know what the acronym is, but it's, administration, please describe what COPTER is.
It's the Community Organization Property Exemption Regulation. It's a regulation by the province of Alberta that allows council to exempt community organizations from taxation, municipal taxation. Community Organization Property Tax Exemption Regulation.
Thank you. So I'm sorry for, I just want to understand where we're going. Are we saying we are done for today, and then you're going to compile, and then we're going, like, where are we going?
Just for that piece,
Which piece?
just for this request on technology.
Okay. What's our next step after this?
So if council wants to go through any other, I guess what we could do is let's pull up the sheet on where we're at right now. So there are other suggestions that we have where council could consider. We have quite a few BIRs that we need to get back to council this week. We need to go through your bigger list of where you're sitting right now, and then you need to go through what we call that parking lot of, yes, I still believe in this, or no, I don't believe in this anymore. And then we need to bring it back for approval. I just want to remind council, we have public engagement next week. So they're expecting that you have finished the budget and that you have a tax rate in mind, and then you will talk to them next week about those decisions. So some of these things that we're bringing back to the 9th were typically ones that were reserve funded, so it wasn't going to affect the tax rate. But we do need council to get to a point where you're comfortable with the sheet that's about to come up and say, yes, this is the tax rate that we're going to settle on.
Councilor Billings.
Thank you. I'm wondering if, sounds like tomorrow for your staff is not good. Fair?
Sorry, I'm here, but are you, oh, I've got a couple of, is anybody from finance? Okay, we have a few people here. We have some that are not.
Would reconvening on Monday be better for administration?
Hold,
or
please.
council?
I can't make it tomorrow. So. Monday's fine with me.
Monday, we won't have people from finance, like, oh, yeah, we've got, Monday, we would have to push a bunch of meetings. We could do tomorrow, and if the mayor can't, deputy mayor could.
Can't? I think tomorrow's bad because
Okay.
Karen, Joe, and Laura can't come tomorrow.
But if you have Wendy, you would have quorum.
I thought she was.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think she can make it tomorrow.
Is Monday better than Tuesday? Or you have
Well,
meetings?
Tuesday-
Administration has meetings on Monday?
Yeah, we all do. Tuesday is the day for public open house. And it's a pretty tight turnaround if we wait until the Monday for final decisions for us to get everything ready for Tuesday to present to the public.
Saturday and Sunday.
Nope. No, just.
Is all day tomorrow bad for council?
I can't.
I've got sessions starting at 3:30, so I can do till 2:30.
So we do have some councilors that can do morning
Which day are we talking about?
tomorrow. If we wait until Monday, Councillor Nielsen, it doesn't give us enough time to actually put everything together for your open house.
I'm available tomorrow. I can make myself available. But we need 4.
You would have 4 if we do it just in the morning.
What about this evening after, you need to go by 5, it's currently 3:30.
Tonight, I would be done the session by 7, I would hope.
No,
You would hope.
I would hope. Depends if they all show up on time, and you know who I'm dealing with.
I'm fine tonight if people are available. I'm fine tomorrow if people are available. If people aren't available, I'm still available.
Tomorrow does work better for administration.
What does?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning?
So tomorrow morning, we will have our 3.8% tax increase presented to us with all the things we've added.
I heard 2.5.
That's what I heard.
I heard 3.
I heard 2.5, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Councillor
you misheard.
Aberley's back. Councillor Aberley, are you available tomorrow morning?
Yes. I might, well, no, I think as long as I can stay home again, yes.
No.
Do you want to meet tonight still?
No. I'm not sure that. Are you available in the morning tomorrow? Morning, yes. Yes. You are? You're not. 1, 2, 3, 4. Karen is 5. You're deputy mayor.
Fine.
Wendy, I don't think she is. I think she said she was gone Friday. But what's happening here is we're leaving that wrestling match in 4 or 5 people's hands.
That was my concern. Having said that, we could have the final Monday morning as well, depending on how well tomorrow goes.
And depending on people's availability.
Correct. But let's at least
Get tomorrow out of.
let's start it tomorrow morning, see where we go,
I'm okay with that.
right? And worst case, we come back Monday morning and try and finish up by noon, worst case.
Okay. The only thing I would recommend is that we put an extra $5,000 into the budget so we can get through our budget.
As an incentive.
And per diems.
Sorry, one of the other big decisions we need, we're just going through the sheet right now to make sure we've captured everything before we show it to you. There was no funding source for WDAX. Was council thinking of through taxation or a combination of taxation and stabilization?
Councillor Niels, or Billingsley.
Weird, I'm thinking out of reserves. And part of the reason is I'm not sure of what this structure and what we're going to be doing with this organization going forward. Because we are earmarking $211,000?
Yes.
$211,000, but it's a placeholder as opposed to cutting a check. Right? So in other words, if we use it out of tax, we'll be taxing the residents at $211,000. If we pull it out of reserve and they only use 180, we're only, as you talk about, taxing them at 180. So there is potential savings. And we haven't decided that we're going to allocate that money at this point anyway. That hasn't been decided upon. So my recommendation would be to do it out of my favorite little reserve and.
Yeah, no,
Or you could do, I
hear you.
know.
I just, is there any money in stabilization left?
Just because of the fact that if you do it this way, my concern is if we do it out of tax, which we certainly could do, and if it gets approved, we're taxing the residents based on them spending the entire amount, which may or may not be the case.
I know that I don't know what's being talked about, but so I'm going to assume we said yes to the 211.
Yes.
Tentatively.
Tentatively,
Until we
yeah,
pass
I
the
do
budget.
understand that. My, for what my opinion matters, and I don't mean that rudely, I would like to see we're still, if we look back to whatever that was 3 years ago, 4 years, whatever, I'd still like to see us make a commitment to transit. It's coming in cheaper than it was when we were running it. I do believe that the work that is being done with ridership can improve, but that they've done a good job of keeping it going. And I'm comfortable, if others are, to put that into tax, like into the tax rate. And I would be able to support that it is still a service for if it's a lower percentage of our population, but we still found a way to save money on it.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I would support putting it into tax at this point in time, and because it leaves me, when the magic button is to know truly what we have in each of those reserves after we've tapped a ton of those reserves. And then we can easily, if there's still millions and millions of dollars left in stabilization, we can certainly switch it over from taxation. But if there's nothing left in stabilization, then it becomes a tax discussion.
I support that. I'm fine.
Well, I support that we won't know till the final anyway, so it just, right now it's numbers that we will be, I'm sure,
So
going to battle over.
we're on the docket tomorrow for 9 a.m. Is that it?
Yep.
And I know there won't be some staff here tomorrow, or maybe any. But I think on behalf of all of council, we'd like to thank you for the time you put in over the last couple of days, knowing some of the discussions have been entertaining and others has been brutal and some have been informative. So thank you for your time and attention. And bring home milk, no.
Again, thank you very much.
Call a recess?
I'm not done.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, do you want to look at the spreadsheet before you go for the day, or just don't
Sure.
want to leave on a bad note?
Leave on a bad note, then we can, then it won't wreck our weekend. It'll wreck yours, but it won't wreck mine.
Yeah, you're right.
You what? Okay. Administration, please show us what's underneath door number 1.
It's coming up. Big breath.
Ooh, I can't see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
.4. Oh, I'm having a Vegas, take me.
Just bringing it up so I can read it.
Is there a chance we could get that
Print it out? Copy?
sent to us?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we can print it if you just give us a few minutes. We'll run out and print that, and then we can walk you through the details.
Thank you.
And the thing is, you take off, you give FCSS nothing, and you
Wayne, you
increase that
killed
by
us.
0.8.
Take that jabber out of my heart, Wayne. Your fault, Wayne. We wouldn't
No,
have
there's, this is where the rubber starts to hit the road now.
Now, yeah.
We say,
Yeah.
yeah. I can afford to lose 2. I can't afford to lose 3. Yeah, it's one of these. No, I can't get it to this side.
I'm sorry again. Jessica just sent me a file and it's come up in like I could see that she sent me the file, but my knowledge of Teams right now, it's like I'm looking at something I've never done before. So is she there so I can talk to her? Or Richard, if you can come on, if somebody could just. Do I just go into my Teams folder?
Hi, Counselor Aberlee.
Yes, thanks,
So
Jess. Sorry.
the file that I sent you, I'll be sending you a different one. And what I'll do is I'll email it to you right away to make it easier for you. So
Okay,
you'll
yeah,
just have to
it's
open it
weird.
from your email.
I don't, oh no, I didn't hit chat. I totally know what I'm doing. Okay, but I'll go to the email one.
Yeah, it'll be a minute. We're just getting a revised one and I'll send you a new one.
Thank you. You're awesome.
Welcome, everybody. Any further questions?
That wasn't loaded, was it?
Jessica, can you please put up the PDF? Thank you. Good. Hello again, Council. We started the budget deliberations on Monday with a base budget of 4.3, with a tax impact from the base budget at 4.35%. Some of the changes that have been discussed during the deliberations include the following: a decrease to public relations of $4,700, and a decrease of $650 to expenses in recreation, an additional decrease to vending supplies in recreation of $5,400. We've added an expenditure of $211,000 to be funded from taxation for WDAX, the Wetaskiwin and District Association, Community Association that deals with transportation, as well as an increase of $176,800 for FCSS. All these had to be funded from taxation, so the savings are from taxation as well. Other expenses discussed include an additional $6,000 to be paid to the deputy mayor. This has been included. A savings of $7,500 due to a reduction in training across board for the mayor and council. A saving of $12,100 based on the reduction by council to per diems. A saving of $4,600 due to the removal of FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, for the executive assistant. This is the costs related to a travel to FCM. An expense saving of $3,300 due to the council's decision to cancel membership in the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and a saving of $2,520 due to a reduction in the clothing allowance for enforcement to $20,000. Upon reviewing the operating business cases, some decisions were made as well, which includes $6,450 for the Wetaskiwin Policing Committee, RCMP annual increase of $180,000. These are the ones that council straw polled to move forward. Animal shelter increase of $36,300. A decrease of $50,000 from infrastructure for crack ceiling, and a COLA adjustment totaling $129,589. The net in total, the impact to taxation, this brings the projected tax increase for 2026 to 7.49%. The taxation impact of the straw polled items was 3.14%. So adding this to the base budget at 4.35% results in a total of 7.49%. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I just wanted to make a comment in relation to Lou's last remarks. That at this point in time, for those people who are watching, the millions of people watching online and around the world, that the budgeted tax increase at 7.49 is not anywhere near what's being recommended at this point in time by council. Council will now need to go further, have further conversations, investigate other ways to massage these numbers as best they can. So this is information more for council than it is for the public, in the sense that here's where you are, council, where do you want to go from here on behalf of your residents. So I just wanted to make that clear to anybody out there that this is not a number that's set at this point in time.
Any further questions?
Just to comment that there's an agreement that we'll be meeting again tomorrow morning
Yes.
at 9 o'clock to continue deliberating.
And I think I would like to use stronger words than my colleague, Councillor Nielsen. We're not massaging. We're going to amputate some of this. Thank you. We will do the best we can to provide the services we can to our community. It's not an easy task, and I'm sure it's not over yet. Thank you for watching, and please have faith in us and what we're doing. Thank you. And I will adjourn this till tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. There will be recess, till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.